How you doing?
I feel like I've traveled back in time, Wooly. Back to the far-flung year of 2005. Where everybody I know is talking about Halo and Cowboy Bebop.
It is weird. It is weird. I'm not seeing any Halo talk personally in
Well,
my
you wouldn't, I
in my
guess.
life sphere.
Your life sphere?
Yeah, I don't know the circle of things around me that
You mean
talk
your
about things.
social circle, or
Yeah, well, it's like a sphere
or
because
just it
it's
goes
it's
up
in
and
all
down?
directions. Um, yeah, no, I'm waiting for excited news about the latest Metal Gear Solid game, and I don't know. Um, what?
Not going to your classes?
No, I went to my class. I went to my classes. I did my shit. Like you couldn't afford to ditch most of those art classes. The extra shit that was not art could go fuck off.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know, I remember. Oh, I
Um,
remember.
yeah. Did you actually watch Cowboy Bebop?
I watched many things this week.
Busy week, actually. A lot going on this week.
Surprisingly busy week, and I think the weirdest thing is that I had to change my entire week schedule because shit was stealth dropping over and
Mm.
over. Um, but I sat one Peach Saliva down, one noted having never seen before any Cowboy Bebop, and we watched the first episode of the new slash live action redo spin off, whatever,
She hasn't
on the
seen the
Netflix.
original.
Zero.
Oh, okay.
So I was like, I'm gonna. So what I was like for the
I feel like she'd
podcast,
like
what I'm
it.
gonna do is that I'm gonna watch one of each
Mm-hmm.
back to back,
Mm-hmm.
and I know the first episode syncs up,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not gonna watch any more because I already had friends of mine who were watching it, and just like I would check the Discord general chat, and they'd be like, I just finished episode 3. God damn it. God fucking damn it. I'm like,
Okay.
okay, well, I'm not gonna waste my life like
Well,
watching something that I already probably know I'm gonna hate. But what I am gonna do is sit down and do a compare and contrast off of one episode
well,
and do
you
my
would be
best to give it a
joining.
shot.
You would be joining the good ranks of one Hideo Kojima, who also tweeted out that he watched one episode and then decided to continue watching the other thing he was looking at.
Hellbound.
Yeah.
I saw a
I
tweet
didn't
of
I didn't
last
watch
week.
any. I wanted to
I,
squeeze some in, but I was too busy.
I saw a tweet last week that was like, "Hey, hate watching idiots. Try this. Just don't watch it." And I was like, you know, I have to know at least something when I come on this show, so I'm gonna watch one.
Yeah.
But I have no intention to go back to it unless I had walked away with, "Wow, that was really incredible."
I was thinking about
Um,
forcing one as well, but I just there was other things going on, and at the same time, consider don't watching it. Like I still have not seen any of Reboot the Guardian Code.
well, I mean, that's just visibly damaging.
But
Just there's no.
I haven't even done the curiosity
Don't you
watch on
have
it
footage of it in your video?
from the trailers.
Yeah, perfect. So let's kick it off there. All right. So I'm gonna just walk you through the event of watching it because I think the context adds a little something, which is sit Paige down. Paige has never seen either. So I say, okay, if we're gonna watch one and then the other back to back, compare contrast, we should watch the live action one first, so that Paige, who has no knowledge of any of it, has the best possible first impression. Right? So we start watching the first one. And I'll give you the secondhand Peach Saliva review, which she was done, and she was like, "I was really bored the whole time." Is the the peach saliva review of the first episode of Cowboy Bebop. Just bored. Not even anything mean to say other than just bored. Now for my take. I have it on good authority that the first episode is one of the better ones, so it's a good one to do this. The first red flag for me was when I went to the multiple Netflix. There we go. And Wooly, do you know how long these episodes are?
I would assume half an hour.
They're 60 minutes long.
Really?
Yeah.
How many are there?
Like 10?
They're an hour each. Really?
Some are like 45-ish. But they're 60-minute episodes.
So then by default, they have to add half of the content from whatever the source episode was, unless it was a multi-parter.
No. You're on the right track. By default, they have to add more than half the content because they don't have the budget to do everything that was actually in the show. So, episode 1 of Cowboy Bebop live action is about getting Asimov, who is smuggling the bloody eye with his girlfriend. Right?
Mm-hmm.
My number one takeaway from everything to do with this is the word pacing. Pacing is vital to any creative work. Your shit needs to flow from scene to scene and not drag. What you have with the Cowboy Bebop live action is you have the Asimov story with Bloody Eye taken from 22 and a half minutes and is now ballooned into 60 minutes. There is not 60 minutes worth of that story. So, what we're going to do is we're going to add a bunch of stuff. And by a bunch of stuff, I mean people talking in a room.
Okay.
So, you know when
people
Jet
talking
and,
in a room can be good or bad.
You know when Jet and Spike are like talking about how they're broke and that they have no beef for their bell peppers.
Yep.
And then they go, "We got to go to Tijuana." I rewatched the real version after this, and that scene is about 2 minutes long.
Mm-hmm.
What if I told you in the live action cut, it's like 9 minutes long and has 2 parts and includes parts in which Jet starts to complain that because Spike broke a bunch of stuff on their last job, that he doesn't have enough money to buy the new fancy doll for his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole time I'm watching this, I'm like, this scene is going nowhere. And I'm pretty sure they invented him having a daughter so that he would have something to complain about to Spike in this scene to add 2 or 3 more minutes to the scene. Like, everything feels like filler. Do you remember when Naruto had a full year of filler? And then Naruto came back, and then within the first episode, they started inserting filler in between real scenes?
Yeah, they started stretching it out.
This is what that feels like.
Okay.
This feels like, here's the scene from Cowboy Bebop that's been extended. Here's a bunch of shit that doesn't matter or is lame. Here's a bunch of... So a really good example is they want Faye to be in the first episode. So Asimov's girlfriend is no longer his girlfriend. She's a rich girl that's running away from her rich dad, and
Okay.
Faye is there on a bounty to get her.
Okay.
And
so
the story still goes the same way where they die, yada yada, but like it's, well, Faye needs to be here. Well, what possible reason could we have Faye to be here? Aha! We'll add a subplot that goes nowhere. That the girl is the rich. When Jet and Spike are in a room by themselves talking to each other, it's all right.
Good.
I would say you could totally be like, yeah, okay, yeah, this is
Fun banter.
Stephen Cho, and I forget the gentleman's name who plays Jet. Um, they have a lot of good chemistry, and they do a good job talking to each other and riffing on each other, and giving you that feeling of like begrudging old pals that kind of work together. Oh, John Cho, not Stephen Cho. My mistake. But I just want to
The
call him
banter
Harold.
is important. It needs to be enjoyable.
But when Faye is on the screen, it's bad. It's not. It's bad. It's not good. It's not good.
The sass energy from the trailers is exactly what you get. Then
It's exactly what you get.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Okay.
it feels like Olivia Munn's Psylocke started to make jokes.
Okay. I understand. I understand.
If that
I
connects with you.
actually do understand what you mean. Yeah. Okay.
It's I don't know. Just her, man. It doesn't translate for shit. Whatever they've done with this character. Also, so do you remember the dynamic fight that Asimov and Spike have, where he's wearing the poncho
Yeah.
and they're like rolling around the table?
Yeah. It's the first time you get to see like, oh shit, Spike can do stuff.
So when we watched the anime version, I was really impressed because they're rolling around the table and the shot is tracking them, and then you have a shot of the girlfriend like aiming a gun at them when they're in the far background, and it's really interesting. And instead, you have a fight between Faye and Spike, and it's just shot flat, like from a side angle.
Okay.
I have nothing more to say. That's what you get instead.
So it's just less of a thing going on.
And then you know when they get in the cars and they do the little chase that's only like a minute long?
Yeah.
What if instead we had a boring shootout in a parking lot?
Because the budget for the chase would be ridiculous.
Yeah, because it's a really short scene. But so I'm sure there's a lot of people at home who have watched at least the first episode, and particularly people in the live action who have watched the first episode. There is a shot where Faye, like the gunfight is over, and Faye picks up like a rifle and runs directly at the camera in direct center frame with a empty parking lot behind her. It's like a 2-second cut. It's really simple. That is so bad and amateur that I burst out laughing. It looked like something we would have filmed. Like, it's terrible. Like, it's like there's a bunch of random shots that just look. There's some stuff that looks really good, and there's other cuts that are just god awful.
So is this a case of like everything referenced is solid and everything not is bad in a Game of Thrones kind of way?
No, because the stuff that they do that is the same is usually done in a way where they're having to cut corners. So you know when Spike bumps into her and she drops her groceries, and then turns out he picked up like 5 groceries. Instead, what if we had a little monologue where he lights her cigarette and talks about how he was in love once and then woke up for a dream, as the camera then holds on him as he stares into space for about 10 seconds. And here's where I decided to just really never watch it, because everyone's opinion seems to be the same on at least one thing. And every time I saw it, I was like, I hate this. There are 5 flashbacks / cuts to Spike's past in the first episode, including Vicious being in the first episode.
Wow.
And Julia being in the first episode.
Wow. Okay.
And like you can't get away from it. Like every time you're like, oh yeah, I had some off. He's like, I was in love. Like over and over and over. Okay, I'm seeing Victor, Vicious, and Julia in every single episode. Great.
Okay. Okay.
And
yeah, no, that I don't enjoy that being that constant. It's better when it's sporadic and unexpected.
Yeah, and the other thing is that Vicious, I'm sure his actor is doing the best that he can with given what he was given.
Mm-hmm.
Is like a bomb on your enjoyment. Like the one scene that I've seen with Vicious is like abysmal. The casting is horrible. The wig is hilarious. Like,
how's the music? It's Yoko, isn't it?
Wooly, let me ask you a question as a longtime consumer of media and adaptations. If you have a perfect soundtrack, but you can't figure out a way to get all the sounds that you want into your thing, how do you force the soundtrack into a scene?
I don't understand your question.
So in Asteroid Blues, there's a harmonica solo that is the theme of the episode, right?
Yeah.
But there's no harmonica solo in the actual soundtrack. So, and there's no place to put it. So what do? Cut to
res.
Spike sitting on the couch in the Bebop, listening to it on his headphones.
Okay.
Because they can't figure out where to put it.
Okay.
So the soundtrack is passable, and in some cases it uses the old soundtrack. But it's not there for much of the show. It's a 60-minute runtime, so most of the scenes have no music.
Okay.
And the music that is there is kind of understated, is kind of hiding out in the background. When the action scene of the shootout in the parking lot starts in the live action Cowboy Bebop, I can't remember if they played music or not.
Okay.
Which, when we watched the anime version, I remarked to Paige, I'm like, this feels like a band is hiding behind the background set and is striking up when the director tells them that the action is starting.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Like, I'm thinking of like Stray Dog Strut, like when the chase starts.
Yeah.
Like the band strikes it up. It just feels totally it's totally pointless. Like, I don't understand why it is existing here. It is. I'm not going to watch anymore, but no.
Okay. I mean, the sounds have been coming in like over the course of the week about the rest of the episodes, and if you're saying that's one of the better ones, I'm curious to know what the best one is. But the thought that it's like, on the one hand, I was like, okay, it's a shorter series, so they're going to have to compress everything, which means by default you're going to have to get all those Vicious-related episodes sooner. But then,
in terms of minutes, it's actually almost the same.
But that's the thing, when you find out it's 60 minutes, and it's like, oh, then they took 10 episodes and doubled their length.
Almost tripled.
Yeah, so then you have to add a bunch to them, and there's that, and then... Okay, so yeah, that's a weird thing. That's a weird way to go about it. I mean, I think you'd think that, like, especially since the director has said, like, this is Cowboy Bebop, we don't want to fuck this up, you know? And like, there's been a lot there's been a lot of statements about that, and like, once I read that, I was like, it's clear from the way it was marketed that they were nervous about its reception and about and about fucking it up, because you wouldn't do this like, here's a photo of the cast, that's it. Okay, now here's a little bit of the set. okay, now here's tank, and just like the little drip feed is done in such a like cautious way to warm people up to the idea that that's how it's felt, you know. So when he says like, yeah, we know this is Cowboy Bebop, let's not fuck this up, you're like, okay, like he feels the pressure of this decision. You would think that with that idea you'd want to take the weight off by making each episode a half hour and relying as much as you can on the source material.
You know, that choice of phrase is really, really a good coincidence. Because you know that thing they say about weight?
Yep.
What if the quote in the live action version was the actual direct opposite of the quote?
You got to take your weights off. You got to drop them on the floor.
I'm not gonna.
You got to leave them behind. Ignore them.
So I
don't have to carry nothing.
Yeah, that's pretty much actually what it is. Actually, like, not even joking. I have a good friend of mine who is watching the whole thing because Cowboy Bebop's his favorite show, and he's a really laid back guy who tries to see the good in everything. Mm-hmm. He's one of those guys who, when you watch like the worst movie ever, and you go, "Oh my god, that was garbage," and he saw it also, he'll be like, "Yeah, it wasn't great." You know, that kind of positive person.
Sure. Yeah.
And he got to the end of what I think is the third or fourth episode and was like, I can't believe what they did to Julia. Why do they hate these characters?
Okay. So here's a question. And this is one that I don't know if we'll be able to answer, but it's the one that I'm the most curious about. How is this received by someone who has no idea what your source material was? And B, how is this received by someone who likes the source material and remembers it 20 years ago, but it is not sharp and fresh in their memory now? So shot-to-shot moments and conversations are just gone.
So, though,
and
that's
it's just going off of
because I haven't rewatched Cowboy Bebop in about 10 years. Okay. I only rewatched the anime afterwards. Paige was bored. She was bored to tears.
Okay.
Like it was the moment. It took us. It's a 60-minute episode. Took us 2.5 hours to watch it, I think.
Okay.
Because we would pause it and just start talking about something else.
Because I feel like if you had to look by the numbers, there's gonna be some people who are gonna like do the thing like you just said, like where you're like, okay, let's go back and make the comparison and see how this holds up. And there's going to be a lot of people who are coming off of just like, I remember sort of, but not every single episode, you know, and are just going to like, go with the feeling of it.
If I did not had ever watched Cowboy Bebop at all and was seeing this, I would be a lot more open to it. I would think that Vicious' wig is terrible. There's no escaping that. It's like, I don't know who is running the wig department at Netflix, but like, did you see any of the Witcher shit? Geralt's wig is terrible.
Yeah.
Like capital T awful. But my number one takeaway would be that I don't like Faye as a character because she is cringe.
I mean, that was felt from the trailer, and that was felt from some of the clips. I saw a clip where someone added a laugh track to them having like a Seinfeld booth scene.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I saw that and I was like, oh boy, okay, yep, I'm picking up that kind of energy. Olivia Munn Psylocke is a very particular, and it's like, yeah, that's about right.
She's telling jokes.
Yeah,
she's girl boss.
There's that, and then what else? There was there was a couple things that like I saw that were like later episode stuff that people were like, they did what to what? Oh my god, right?
I've seen the changes to Gren, and it's like it's not good. Okay.
There's a bunch that have just been flowing by the timeline, and I was like, I might actually watch the whole thing at some point. It's on my list of things I want to do, but it's gonna take time to do the episode comparison of both. Mm-hmm. Is the original on Netflix?
I don't know.
Because can people kind of just click off?
So I found my own way of watching that somehow.
Can people just click off? And okay, they can and go there.
People are saying yes.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Oh, and to add it, by the way, people are asking, after we watched the original, after we watched the live action, Paige and I watched the original, in which she was like not edge of her seat, right? But like very much enjoying it, and was like surprised at some of the changes, in which the ending of the anime of Asimov's plot is way more tragic than the version version we get in the live action.
Well, do you get the fucking the pregnant belly scene?
Oh yeah, you get all that. It's shot bad.
Okay, it's just
the big difference is that in the live action, Asimov gets shot in the gunfight in the parking lot and dies in space, and that's why she kills herself by police.
Okay.
Whereas in the anime, she just goes fuck this and just murder suicides them, which is like 100% worse. I think that's so much worse.
What? Okay. Here's now, and this is the times where like my brain starts going, where it's like, what would you do if someone was like, okay, we want to do this, we want to adapt it, you know, you got to get the right person for the job, we got to get the cast, and they line everything up, and it's just like, okay, how do we go about this, right? Would you, what if they just did like, let's say for some weird reason you just do Knocking on Heaven's Door by itself.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
And see how that goes.
Well, Wooly, I have good news for you.
And then if it works out, go backwards. And if it doesn't, everybody, good job, good business. Not really. Take care. Go our separate ways. Well, Wooly,
I have good news for you. No, there is Knocking on Heaven's Door in the live-action Cowboy Bebop.
We have Knocking on Heaven's Door at home?
Yes. There's two parts. One, the opening of the show, the initial, like, opening scene is a variation on the opening scene in Knocking on Heaven's Door. But instead of a convenience store robbery that takes a total of maybe 120 seconds to go through, it is a 11 to 15 minute scene, which is a massive gunfight and set piece on a space casino. But more importantly than all of that, the moment I knew I was doomed watching this show was in the convenience store robbery in the Cowboy Bebop film. There's a protracted, maybe 45-second bit in which Spike pretends not to hear people with guns because he's wearing his headphones and uses that to gain the upper hand on them, right? And it's this nice little bit. Guy's pointing a gun at him. He's just kind of not looking, and the guy's like, take your headphones off. In the live action one, he walks out of an elevator into a gun battle room where people are dead on the floor with his headphones on and looking around. And the guy yells at him to take his headphones off, and he takes his headphones off. And he goes, "What are you doing here?"
And that's it.
And that's it. And it's like, that is the ultimate of like catering to the text rather than the spirit. The spirit is that he's a laid-back idiot who is willing to do a stupid little joke with his headphones to get the upper hand. Whereas here, he just looks like a bum. And also like an idiot that he just takes the headphones off and just, whatever. You know what we should really get with your earlier question, because I've seen people talking about this. This is a way better idea. What we need to do is start giving the rights to American live action shows to Japanese anime directors
and seeing what happens.
I think it was Mr. Gene Park, friend of the show, who said you should give Breaking Bad to Hideaki Anno with a 2-sentence description and not let him watch the show.
Yeah, no, I'm down.
I'll watch that.
I'm absolutely down. I mean, it's gonna be the same thing every fucking time, and
unless you're watching Speed Racer.
That's the one, right?
That's the one.
That's the one. Yeah. No. It seems over time that always comes back up as like, damn, they actually did it.
Also, for real, like genuinely for real, like let's not even take Speed Racer. Let's take a different example that's less obvious. Can you adapt anime into live action? And the answer is yes. There's Speed Racer by the Wachowskis, which acclaimed directors, creators of The Matrix, shit zillions of dollars on it. But if you can't get that, what you can do is get the Wachowskis and give them a shit zillion dollars and make The Matrix, which is a live action adaptation of Ghost in the Shell and Dragon Ball. Like straight up. They've literally said it out loud.
Worked. Alita is a like half CG thing. So a CG adaptation, it's a little blurred. Because CG adaptations have worked before, you know?
Alternatively, you can get Guillermo del Toro and give him a budget and a bunch of robots to play with. So, like, you can do it. You just need to give it to real-ass directors.
Shinichiro Watanabe presents The Sopranos. Let's see it.
Tony, why you gotta be a gun zombie?
Oh, Tony, you backer.
Isn't that just Bacano?
Bacano. I mean, how do you even say Guma at that point? Like, yeah. Anyways, well, this is going to continue to happen for the rest of our lives. I hope everyone's ready for it. I'm gonna sit down and watch and see what I think of the rest of it. But
I think
we live in this world where it's like it's worth capitalizing on the nostalgia, even if like 1 out of 30 or 40, 50.
Not even. Like, I can think of 2. One that's a direct adaptation out of like all.
Because then but here's the thing, right? There's live action Japanese movie of the anime or of
Kenshin's
the manga.
Right.
There was Kenshin.
I've seen bits of Kenshin. It seems all right.
it was all right. 20th Century Boys worked. The live action on that, like I was quite surprised at how much of that was
GTO worked.
GTO worked, right? So
I really liked the GTO live action drama.
And like even giving the benefit of the doubt to like what all the shit in JoJo in that one weird fucking thing, part 4 movie. Like I talked about it before, but it's like even there I'm like, you added a couple of things that I don't hate, you know? But when it comes to the Western adaptation, I guess, it's a different beast entirely. And you're going off of like everyone's memories of the source material and then the director's choices, and then this new writer and this new director's interpretations of some of that subtext and how to expand upon it, you know? And that really just sounds like D&D working on Game of Thrones. Like it's a recipe for failure. Is Speed Racer the only one as far as Western goes? And like again, Alita CG.
If we include manga, you could say had Tom Cruise in it.
Edge of Tomorrow.
Edge of Tomorrow.
Yes. But that becomes a completely different property with the core concept being the same. All You Need Is Kill, like, vastly differs. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Meanwhile...
I just looked over and saw an all caps phrase of old boy, and I'm just like, oh, man.
Meanwhile, like, adaptations of, like, comics, there's a bunch of good ones that have been fine. Obviously, I mean, Sin City, I've listed as like, yo, we're just filming the panels, right?
Yeah.
And Road to Perdition worked out quite well. History of Violence, you know.
Oh, I didn't know that was a novel. Or,
they're based on comics, yeah.
Huh.
You know, it's doable. In just that, like, and I'm thinking specifically of like almost like graphic novel into film kind of things, as opposed to more so like comic stuff. But yeah, Dread, you know, it can be it works a lot better in those examples, but the international adaptation seems doomed. All right, well. More on Cowboy Bebop when more is watched.
From Wooly later. Not for me. I've said my piece. I went from like, oh, that's okay, to bored to cringe. Like it's just not worth watching.
Because the one thing that I was definitely concerned about from like those previews was just the amount of time compressed means, and also the temptation to blow your wad by getting fans of the original excited for things that happen later, you know, like showing too much of your hand, giving it like.
Have you seen the clip of Ed?
Of what?
Ed?
No, I haven't.
It's
so that's a thing.
It's the stinger so that you get excited for the second season.
Okay. Because clearly they're like, I mean, the way that they framed the like tank intro was like, we are putting a blank spot here, and we just didn't do it. And it's like, okay, I guess this is a world with Ein the dog, and that's it then. But yeah, blowing the wad too early.
You know what? Well, just take 2 seconds and watch this crap. Do you want to talk about how not to adapt things to live action? I have I have it for you here. What if you didn't adapt it at all? What if you just didn't change anything at all? Ah, there it is. Yeah. By the way, those of you at home for listening to the audio version, you'll obviously have to track down. Oh my
god, that's awful!
Of Wooly's face.
Oh shit! Oh, they fucked up. Wow, they fucked up. Oh wow. Okay. All right. Oh no. Yeah. No. What? Huh?
Paige, when she saw that, said that it reminded her of going to get foam for a foam adventure.
Yeah, no, that's a con. We went to a con for a second there. Oh, Oh man. Yeah, no, big fucking flashback to the anime club in college. Ooh. Ooh, that's
like,
bad. But also,
so, like,
you kind of can't do, no, but, you can't
So
do
actually,
it. There's no winning on that.
No. I've watched this scene over and over and over and over. By the
Ooh.
way, this is I probably seen this scene for a total 30 minutes.
That's
we're talking
bad.
about Ed as the singer
so
for Cowboy
cringy,
Bebop
man.
live action. And there's 3 things that you could have done. Sorry, there's 4 things. I have a list of 4 things.
I'm at a loss. Enlighten me.
Okay, 4 things. 1, Ed's goggles are not necessarily meant to be robot screens. They just look that way due to the way they shaded the glass. 2, her hair's just supposed to be messy. Just supposed to be messy. Doesn't have to be in these weird side drills. It's supposed to be my hair right now, but less bald. Just messy. Okay? And then the final 2 are about the casting. Do you know how Ed would work in live action? They had to cast somebody who was like 8 to 10 years old. Because Ed is 8 to 12 years old.
Like a literal child.
Which is why, like, Watanabe was talking about Ed's gender. Ed's gender is meaningless.
Mm-hmm.
And when Ed meets her dad, it's Francoise, right?
Mm-hmm.
But my son, was it my daughter? I don't care. Who cares? So you can't cast an adult playing a kid that's supposed to be androgynous. You're supposed to be cast a kid. Cast a kid.
So the first thing that comes to mind is what Western movie style adaptation stuff would do with the character like that is just make them an AI inside of their heads. A Cortana, right? Just like, this is too goofy to be a real person. Just make it a mascot thing jumping around the screen, and it'll be a VTube virtual Cortana or Miss Minutes from Loki, you know, and then that's that.
A lot of the people in the chat right now are confirming. Yes, Ed is a girl, obviously, but that's not the point. The point is, and this is number 4. You cast what I think is a 25-year-old woman to play a 10-year-old. And as such, she is doing that bad acting thing that shitty actors trying to appeal young is she is falling into all the child acting pitfalls to try and sound like a child that kids don't do.
And making the noises and faces
in the back of her throat to shit. Kids don't actually talk like that.
Yeah, and then like also bringing out just like that energy from people you've met in real life who try to act like anime in real life.
Yes.
You know, like the dark side of the con that you try to just blot from the memory. It brings all of that back. Foam adventure shit in full goddamn 4D. I think you know what? That's an actual child. That's the only way.
You ever hear the Silent Hill 2 voice acting comparisons between the character of Laura, who's a 10-year-old girl, and in one, I don't know if it's Laura Bailey, but it's one of that ensemble cast doing a little girl voice versus the original voice actor for Laura, who was a girl that looked just like that they just grabbed off the street. There's an obvious vocal difference between adult doing child voice and a real child's voice.
Now the thing is we all know and have for the longest time like been afraid of the awful child actor that is intolerable.
Tons of horrible child actors
on screen, right? And then, you know, over the last recent years, we've had like, oh shit, it's in Logan, you got X-23, right?
Oh yeah, she's great.
Kills it. You got and then like Hit Girl blew up, you know, and you got all these little examples of like, okay, it could be done. Right. Also, the child actors in Stranger Things, I thought they did pretty good. And in this case, like, yeah, this massive cringe energy, the only way to avoid it, not even go into the positives, but just to hit neutral, would for them to be young enough.
They would have to be
to say those lines, and then you're just like,
and then
a child genius is on the ship and hanging out with the crew.
It down because that type of cartoon energy doesn't work in a live setting.
Yeah,
and then it would be completely fine.
Yeah, I can't, like, that's, you actually solved it. Because I'm like, I saw that and I'm like, oh god, just burn it. It's over. Like, it can't be done.
But child actors are more expensive than regular actors.
Yeah, but we're gonna then fuck up Cowboy Bebop then. Yeah! Oh man.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Oh wow. And like I saw, and like what the context I've seen is like she's dancing around Spike. So
talking about, hey, do you want to go to the plot of the movie?
Yeah. Oh boy.
Hope you're excited for the second season. You guys really like that Cowboy Bebop movie, huh?
Okay, so really, if we're getting down to brass tacks,
I see somebody say find a 10-year-old actor with ADHD who can't remember their lines.
Sure,
that'd be perfect.
So really, like, the problem is actually that, like, the director has no cringe detector.
Yeah, that's correct. That's the problem with a lot of people. They can't detect cringe because they're so cringe that they can't see it outside themselves. Like, I'm cringe. I have a good portion of my body and soul, like a good third of my brain over here. It's all cringe out here.
Yeah.
But the rest of it sees that cringe and goes, God damn it. And thus can detect it in others.
Yeah, no, I consume it like fuel when the mood is right. I can sit and watch some good cringe compilations and just ingest it like Galactus. But that caught me left field. Like, that was a fucking gutter punch, man. Oh my god.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna be watching the rest of that show.
You need a healthy cringe detector, especially when you're adapting old properties, when you're adapting shit that like might contain, like I said, subtext and a lot of other things. I don't know if there's any part of this where they're like, oh, so we went and sat down with Watanabe and, talked about how to do this, or if there's any kind of, like, blessing or whatever the case is, but
I haven't seen any of that.
Well, man, it's probably, well, anyway, more to say later then, I suppose, but it's probably just rougher that, like, some of the casting works really well because, like, it's not a no salvage, but it just means that, like, no one will ever touch Cowboy Bebop again then. And that'll be that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So,
like, the screenshot of the clip of,
it's already
of
a
Ed,
bad start.
It looks like a screenshot of, like, YTV The Zone in between commercial bumpers. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the American equivalent would be, but, like, just one of those old low budget shows where, like, someone in a goofy costume would lean up to the camera and go, "Hey kids, wab 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 wah," coming up next, Doug.
So, you would not believe it, but I don't know if people have been asking you this week, Wooly. But if you have taken a look at your chat during your streams or this stream's chat, you would notice that every time you talk about watching something, like 10 people show up to ask you if you've watched Arcane.
Yes.
It is the single most common question I have gotten over the past, like, 10 days.
In fact, last week, someone every 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes on the interval would send a direct message bumping to make sure that they were seen, asking if Arcane was watched.
Yep. So before I start to talk about Arcane, I would like to talk about the evil elephant in the room, which we'll get to in more detail later when we talk about Mr. Kotick's week. Arcane is a TV show on the Netflix made by a production company whose name I can't remember, in association with Riot, about League of Legends characters. We've been talking a lot about how Activision Blizzard lately is basically pure evil, and their CEO is, we're going to have more news about that later. We've talked about how EA is evil. You know what? There's a lot of evil companies that make video game crap. A lot of sex abuse, a lot of working abuse, etc. And when I sat down to watch Arcane, and particularly after I had seen earlier in the day the gameplay demonstration of Project L by the Cannons, also in association with Riot.
Well, Project L is based on the Runeterra universe, by the way. So
they're all based on the Runeterra universe. That's the name of the universe.
Oh, okay. Because I was surprised to see that as opposed to League of Legends, because I was like, wait,
that's their way to distance themselves from their own big property.
Because when you say the Runeterra universe, you're picking the card game, so why would you pick the card game instead of the big thing?
No, they're talking about the background and the stories and not the toxic shithole that you stopped playing a couple of years ago.
Okay. So Yomi is part of the Fantasy Strike universe.
There you go.
Yomi is the card game. Fantasy Strike is the original. Yep, got it. Okay.
So, in Riot's case in particular, people that are implicated in the Blizzard abuse have gone over to Riot and have worked on Runeterra, for example, the card game. In talking about watching Arcane and running ads for Arcane and doing streams about the other League game that came out this week called Ruined King, it's inevitable that I would have to actually talk about the fact that I am covering stuff, or we're talking about stuff that is run by scumbags. And I was sitting there watching people who were playing the King of Fighters 14 beta that weekend 15? Say that they weren't going to play Project L because the people who work at Project L are directly supporting sex abusers. To which my brain does the mental connection of, but King of Fighters supports murderers. To then I go, well, at least there's D.N.A.s
15?
and Guilty Gear. Sorry, 15? It's 15. Sorry, King of Fighters 15. There's D.N.F and Guilty Gear and whatnot, except they capitulate to the Chinese erasure of Taiwan and the cover-up of the Muslim genocide in that country. And then I'm like, oh, right. It's everybody. Enough knowledge of wrongdoing has hit critical mass for every business that if we were to, like, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, yada yada. But no, seriously, even on a micro level of, like, do you want to play a fighting game? Well, there's the three I just mentioned. Plus, Melty Blood is associated with Ono. Plus, 5, Capcom just caught plagiarizing artists on their texture work for a bunch of their games, Resident Evil 4.
Literally everything.
It's everybody!
Some bullshit at some point. Yeah. And then I fell down the rabbit hole where I think it was a longtime friend of the show, a watcher and subscriber, a guy named Spider-Man, sent me the chart of shit Nestle owns. The chocolate company?
No, the everything company.
The everything company. Okay.
And like I wish it had happened to me because it would have been such a perfect example. I wish I had talked about Arcane on social media and then had somebody asked me how I could watch that when it's associated with a company run by abusers and them have like an Iron Man avatar or something. Because Marvel's owned by Disney, which is its own a fucking anti-Semitic fucking slavery goddamn conglomerate.
Which Gigantocorp rabbit hole do you want to dive down as you're coming from one and yelling about the other? Okay, I see what you're saying.
And I was talking to a friend of mine where we were talking about Project L and about stuff like that, and the personal distinction that they made was that the Project L team, the Cannons and their guys, as far as they know, currently are cool, but they work with Riot, and that level of abstraction is too close, whereas SNK is cool, but they're only partially tangentially owned by a murderer, and then that distance is... Now, that's everyone's own particular like choice to make.
And more to talk about that in a minute.
But there's no line.
Yes.
In particular, my favorite example when I was talking about this on social media was somebody said, that's why I only support indie games. And luckily, you could just play Skull...
Right, and so and when we were looking at the Project L footage, right after we looked at King of Fighters, I'll add, and more to discuss on that a little later. When that came up and Reggie was like, "Oh yeah, Riot's doing good stuff. Like, I have faith that they're gonna make this a good game," And I was like, "Well, more like Radiant, right? More like the guys that made Rising Thunder, but if you want to get, even then, if you want to get super like specific, like even if you want to zoom into that level, where they invented GGPO and all these great things, you can also go, yeah, but they were working with Mr. Wizard back with the whole Evo ownership thing, and that obviously on its own level had its issues on that small scale as well. So it really is everything. That the impression I'm getting from what you're trying to say here is that it's about everything.
It's inescapable, and the lines are muddy, and everyone has to draw their own thing. And the reason why I bring this up so strongly about Arcane is that I saw a comment that really rang out to me, which is the reason why Activision Blizzard is so easy to dump on now compared to Riot, which is, I'm going to say, guilty of all the same things, allegedly, even though some of the people involved are the same. Is that one, Riot's been under constant federal and state litigation for 5 years and has made no changes.
Sorry, just to continue building that thing, because that build can keep going forever, right? Yeah. And this was one hell of a fucking week for that. Right? You're talking about everything. You're talking about all these companies. You're talking about like SNK, like everything. And this is also in the exact same 7-day period in which now we have TikTok.
Yeah, we are on TikTok now. Check it out.
So
that's the TikTok. I got a guy that's smarter than me at TikTok to run that thing because I don't know how to put the captions on the thing.
Well, let's be real. Like the same person is just doing all of those.
Yeah, you want to know how this happened? Well, it was like, God damn it, TikTok's fucking the thing. And I went... And then I made a TikTok super fast as soon as I saw that post.
As soon as I tweeted out, like, God damn it. And then the next thing was, like, LOL Lamau.
And then I was like, hey, well, it was specifically, hey, can you retweet my video? I didn't work very hard on it. Yeah. And you went, what? And then you went, oh, you have one? Ugh. And then you contacted the guy who was already running the CSB fan account and just turned it into the CSB account.
Yep.
And then I was like, can that guy do it for me too? And you were like, yeah, here's the info.
Sure can. Anyway, so but just to completely fill that nut before you crack it open.
Oh, the U.S. government's been spying on every foreign citizen for years.
Certainly, but does their camera app add to one that helps identify Uyghurs as they check in on a weekly basis?
Yeah, probably. They probably all do.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's, you know, so which is also a bit of like when people are going, oh, old boomer, old man yells at cloud, and it's like, yeah, it's a little different.
Wooly and I were, by the way,
I'm a boomer that got pushed onto social media
in a circle of maybe 150 people that we knew, the dead last people to get Facebook. And the reason why we didn't get Facebook is that we were uncomfortable with all of our information being up on Facebook. And we only got it once stuff started passing us by because people started to use it exclusively.
I told the story many times. My friends started making events and not telling me when and where they were happening, and they said, make your account and you'll get the invite to know when we're going to watch the movie or whatever. And it was literally my own, like, they pushed it into being.
I missed out on like 2 parties in a movie because I didn't
hang out because they're like, no, we're not going to tell you, you know. And every other social media platform has been like, yeah, this kind of reluctance, which people often go like, you know, for someone that has a career that is based on social media and internet and like being present, like you sure do like fucking kryptonite yourself everywhere by not being on top of these things. And I you know, I sleep in bed at night with my eyes open sometimes thinking about how I don't do everything I can to maximize all of that because I don't want to, and that makes me bad at the thing, and that's why I'm unable to, you know, grow in the ways that I could or whatever. Like, trust me, I know, I'm well aware. You can't criticize me any harder than I criticize myself. But all this to say that, like, with all of these platforms that I got pushed onto late and reluctantly, like, I feel as if that was always a big, that's a big boomer cloud mentality. This one, there's other shit going on that's a little different, you know? Yeah. But yeah, the whole thing this week has been abysmal for that. Sorry, you're going to go on about Arcane, but I want to talk about SNK right after that.
Okay, so the I have seen a sentiment that is accurate accusing people. I've retweeted, I think it's called a soy jack. Is that the meme the kids use?
Soy jack face, yeah.
Where it is sexual harassment at Blizzard, and it's the grumpy man, and then it's successful show and sexual harassment at Riot, and it's the
oh yeah, okay.
And that actually like legitimately gets to the root of it. It's very easy for everyone to feel high and mighty and shit all over how evil Activision Blizzard is and say that they're boycotting their products because they're not making anything anybody wants. You get to see the absolute direct line because Riot is making products that everybody wants and is just as bad.
Okay.
And has been just as bad for just as long.
It's the old Blizzard boycott of there's nothing Blizzard is actively making I want to play right now, so boycott them.
Yeah.
Type of thing. Yeah.
It's so easy to boycott things you weren't going to buy anyway.
Yeah. It's funny how like literally given another like we could this has come up before, but it's like also we're currently broadcasting on Twitch, which is owned by Amazon, which is owned by Bezos. You know, like there's
if you work at an Amazon factory, you fucking do everything you can to get your union going, buddy. I support you.
John Deere did it. The John Deere employees got some fucking.
Do you know why the John Deere employees got their shit so fast?
Because they collectively all got it. No, is it because is it because they called in people that were supposed to do the job and then they all failed?
Because 1 hour into the scab work, 2 ambulances had to be called to the John Deere main factory. There's no such thing as unskilled labor. You call in they were, you know who they called in to scab for the factory guys? Dudes from the accounting departments, like office workers.
Wow. Okay, I didn't know that.
And within hours, there were back to back ambulances going in. Like, guess what? You can't just replace factory workers that work with dangerous equipment like that.
So right in the middle,
they die, and then you got to pay them workman's comp.
Right in the middle of Dark Souls, message came in going, "Hey, Wooly, I work at Amazon, and I just made my first piss bottle.
Nah,
Congratulations!" And I was just like, oh, Anyway, yes. So within
the reason I bring all this up is that, hey, guess what? Here's another one for your moral quagmire. Arcane's fantastic.
I assume so. It wouldn't have been that heavily recommended if it wasn't. I have to assume.
I watched the first episode of Arcane, and I cannot overstate this enough. The artists and animators who worked on this are so talented that I would be watching this show if it was the most boring thing in the world just to see it.
Now, is it the same people that have been making the music videos?
I don't know. I want to say yes.
Okay, because those things have been, and the backstory videos I've seen of the characters have been unbelievably pretty and well executed.
Yes,
so I would believe that it would be the same people. They've been incredible, like every single one of them. There's just nothing else to say. It's some of the best animation work currently popping off. Yeah, I believe it. Which is why every 10 minutes Arcane guy is probably like, no, but really, every 10 minutes, though, have you seen it yet?
Also,
okay.
How long do you think Arcane episodes are?
Half an hour?
They're 46-minute episodes.
Jesus. Netflix.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with that. But yeah, no, I'm gonna watch the rest of it.
How much did you watch?
The first episode.
Okay. I keep getting Vi and Jinx mixed up, but I saw a clip of one of them fighting.
Vi is the redhead. Jinx is the blue head.
Anyway, I saw a clip of one of them fighting.
Wait, what? Do you not know red and blue anymore also?
No, I do, but it's the rest of the design that's kind of not clear, because I'm like, I'm... but Vi is holding the big weapon, right? And Vi's the puncher.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Vi stands for violence.
Right. Jinx is the one with the big rock. Yeah, okay, got it. Right. It's there's colors, but it's like the rest of the design
literally
is
red and blue. I don't know.
I know, but it's the rest of it, not just the colors that I also get confused by. It's fine. I haven't seen them enough for them to fully cement in my brain as whatever. Anyway, I saw a pretty fight. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah. Was it with a girl with a robot arm?
I don't think she had it in that clip.
Okay.
But yeah.
But yeah, no, it's animated. It looks immaculate. It's like, what the fuck? And I mean, I'll give a really short rundown of Ruined King. Ruined King came out this week. Do you even know what that is?
No.
I think that was Project R.
Okay, so there's Valorant, there's L, and then there was the other one.
Yeah, and then there's the other one, which is the Choose Your Own Adventure story thing.
Okay.
Ruined King is. Did you like Battle Chasers? Night War.
Oh,
by Joe Mad?
Oh, yeah.
What if?
Yeah.
You played Battle Chasers?
Yeah.
Like literally just Battle Chasers. But it was Ilaoi and Braum and Misfortune.
How do you say that one? I've said
Ilaoi, apparently.
Ilaoi?
Apparently.
People make fun of me when I try to say it, so I don't know what to say. Ilaoi, okay.
And Yasuo's there. Do you like Yasuo? He's the samurai. He's on your team.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, the Battle Chasers was already aesthetically close to what League does anyway.
Probably one of the reasons. Like, the Joe Mad artwork just fits really perfectly.
Really, really well.
And I played a couple hours of that, and What a miserable game to stream, because I was really relaxed and chill the whole time and didn't want to say anything. I just wanted to lay
Just
back and listen
enjoying
to
it.
music and just kind of.
Yep.
It's not exciting. It's just
Yep.
like, yeah.
So that's
looks fantastic. Plays well. They have a RPG system that's very similar to Battle Chasers Night War, but there's lanes. There's a lane system. You can make things go faster if you go top or go bot.
interesting. In the single battle.
Yes. It's when you pick a spell, you can make the spell a top lane, a mid lane, or a bottom lane. And that affects its speed and power.
Okay. Yeah, you got to work in the recognizables. Sure.
And like all of these things are solid. I play Runeterra to varying degrees of intensity from time to time. Runeterra is a lot of fun. You had some experience with it. And I think the funniest thing about Arcane was I want to say PC Gamer article, which was, hey, you really liked Arcane. Don't play League of Legends.
Oh yeah.
Don't let it trick you.
Okay. But that's But that's what it's trying to do.
No, that's why we're talking about Runeterra now. The world of Runeterra.
So Arcane episodes don't end with a link leading right back to a download now?
In fact, I think the weirdest thing about Riot's expansion into all these genres is that League is by far the shittiest one.
Interesting.
Like, no question.
People seem to like Valorant.
I don't know anything about Valorant.
Dude, if it hasn't already happened or been discussed, we are heading for a place where upon completion of Arcane, you will be emailed direct to your Netflix email address account a link to a promo for tons of free hours in League of Legends, bucks, or free costumes, or whatever the promo would be upon completion of the show. Because why can't we do that? Netflix knows your email address, and this show can fucking do that.
You know what the worst part is? You know what the absolute, like, I was watching Valorant. That's actually part of it. I was watching goddamn fucking Arcane. And Arcane has Victor, Jinx, Singed, Vi, and maybe probably Caitlyn in there as well. And my brain went to, I wonder when they're going to make it. Yeah, it's got Heimerdinger and Echo in there. And I was like, I wonder if Heimerdinger decks are more viable in Runeterra. And it'd be cool if Vi had been in Ruined King. And maybe I should load up.
And then you went.
And
then you looked.
No.
And then it worked. Yep.
And I did not. I did not.
Didn't, but you got close.
League. No. You know why I didn't load up League? Because I'd rather play Ruined King, which is their other fucking game.
Okay, well you played one either way. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, and also, hey, guess what? Vi's going to be in the goddamn Project L.
Yeah, no, you did a riot.
I could tell you the list of that game's roster like now.
Well, I threw out my list last time when looking over the footage, and I threw it out a while ago. But to throw it out again, my list was Riven, Udyr, Blitzcrank, Volibear, Vi, Lee Sin, Thresh, Master Yi, and Illaoi.
They're not going to put Thresh, Nautilus, or Blitzcrank in the same game. Okay. They're functionally identical.
Oh,
from a fighting game perspective.
They just look.
They're all hookers.
They look like they belong. Yeah. Okay.
Fiddlesticks would be there.
That's a funny
100%.
name.
He's an evil scarecrow.
Okay. That's a good name for a scarecrow.
Yeah. Yeah, hookers. Why is everybody laughing? They throw a hook out and grab the hook.
Yeah. Hook character.
They hook them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Roadhog.
Roadhog. Hooker.
Or Scorpion.
Hooker.
Yeah, it's a hooker. But yeah, no, the whole thing's a fucking like I okay. I'm gonna really, really break it open for people. Like, as somebody who has worked in the games business to some degree over the past while, and so have you, Wooly, right?
A little bit here and there.
You've worked in it more directly.
A solid 20 fucking years of my life.
let's take all the public evil, right? And then there's what I'm gonna call functionally assumed evil, where EA hasn't been in the news much lately, but I don't believe that they're not just as guilty as everybody else.
No, they will be.
Right?
They will be.
Right?
Yeah.
And then you have, I know a guy who's willing to tell me shit that I can't confirm about X company it being evil.
Yep.
And that's like a big chunk. That's like a lot of it. And it's
before any of the Ubi shit was public, people in the
it was public.
People in the Montreal gaming, and other places, offices, gaming circles, all fucking were hyper aware of that, and it was discussed, and it was a thing, Yeah.
And it's like, for my own personal purposes, but also for my professional purposes, and also for all of you at home just wanting to have a decent Saturday evening, you can't play the game of, well, I haven't found anything out about them yet. Because you will, or you might not know, but it's there. Like, let's take Hades. I'm sure everyone on Hades is a wonderful person. It's a small team. They're anti-crunch, and they make fantastic games over at Supergiant.
Unbelievably
about what,
great.
15 people?
Fantastic games.
One of them might be a cannibal.
In fact, I have my bets.
Oh, yeah?
No.
Right? Like,
yeah.
You can't... And also, bluntly, you are probably listening to this on your handheld slave computer.
It goes forever. Pat, it goes... Yeah, no.
You can't.
The point has been hyper-established that it goes forever. And, I mean, the only thing I can say is it feels as if most people kind of understand this. And... all I can really say is, like, I don't know, for me at least, I feel as if knowing about that, there's still a situation where it's like, well, at best, let's talk about it, right? Mm-hmm. And let's not talk about it. And that's kind of always been my thing. And so that with everything with, like, SNK, which is most... relevant because I looked at KOF 15 this weekend, and because they put out the free demo, and
he's using GGPO,
and it's like what's going on. Well, we'll talk about that in a little second. But it's like the first thing is like, okay, well, what's happening, right? Because I mean, SNK, here's the thing: as a company, they've been Code Mystics has been updating their old games. There's been DLC coming to Sam's show. There's all this stuff, but like KOF 15 is like the center fulcrum piece of the story because it happened to be like the next big game in development that has, and so we were discussing it every time whenever a piece of news came out with that game. I was like, okay, what's happening with the stuff with MBS and Saudi Arabia? And so what I can tell, because there certainly were well, anyway, there was some people that obviously came in heated, wanting to know things about, like, oh, so you're playing the game after all or whatever. And with SNK, what we know is nothing has changed, nothing new has come out, nothing new has been publicly announced, right? So there was the whole story about, like, what was happening with them in last year, or not last year, but no, yeah, it was 2020, The whole story was basically that they were potentially going to be bought out by a company that was the EGDC, which was owned by Saudi Arabia and by Mohammed bin Salman. And they were looking at buying out and owning the majority of SNK, and thus it would then become their company. It would become his company.
Mm-hmm.
The initial thing that happened that started this news story was that originally another company that I think it's like Shanghai based or so, but Lato Millennium owned a solid like 81% or so in shares, and they directly sold 33% to the EGDC, right? Mm-hmm. So the main thing about that, which was discussed at length, I'd say last year or so, and the main thing people brought up to me was that there's very little SNK can do about that when someone sells shares from one hand straight to the other in that way. But either way, that's what happened. They bought a third of the company, so a third is currently owned. There was talk about them then trying to move to buy more and then take over the company, and then that didn't happen. So as it stands, they currently own a third of the company, and the rest, and then it's still owned by SNK's, original owners. So that's it. That's all we know. The takeover didn't occur. The deal didn't go through, and that's it. That's all we know.
It's the reason why I jump so hard on this, particularly this week, is like, one, this week has been like tons of Riot stuff and tons of Activision Blizzard. Yeah. It's like an obvious focal point
everywhere. Yeah.
But for weeks now, as people talk about Arcane specifically, I have seen the absolute like capitalist nightmare that is, I can't believe you people support Riot and Arcane. And then people go, but it's a good show and everybody bad, basically. To which the response is usually, well, none of the games I buy have X people at them, but they never describe the games they're talking about. And I feel like part of that is, if I were to say out loud, I only support Namco Bandai because they don't have criminals, someone will fucking appear to tell me about how 11 years ago they had this massive fucking
horror story
trafficking ring running through their office. Or, I don't truck with Riot. I only buy Sega games, right? Who are in bed with the Yakuza.
Literally in bed with the Yakuza.
Or I only buy Nintendo games, which have illegally tracked, spied, and intimidated people for decades.
Yeah, literally showing up that dude's house. Yeah, right. The discussion point that comes up a lot too is there's a point where someone will say, well, like, also, well, and this is coming from the opposite side. They would say, if there's a team of like talented people that like a team of people that are working on something that is good, should they be punished for their work based on, the outside factors of their producers or what's happening in their corporation and their company?
Should all the studios that EA bought suffer because EA owns them now?
So that comes up a bunch, and that's where I'm like, yeah.
I don't know.
But that's where
I don't know.
But that's where, to me, it's like, well, then just discuss the thing. Don't not discuss the thing. To whatever odds and ends whatever odds and ends are, make sure that you're at least talking about whatever that thing is, and that's out there, and that it's not being, weirdly quieted and suppressed and stuff. So, if stuff's happening with any of these companies that are making things that we are currently talking about and or enjoying, discuss the thing that's going on, that's going badly with them as well. I mean, look, there was
I'm wearing a fucking SNK t-shirt right now that I bought before that happened. Am I supposed to burn this?
Some of the more insane dealings I've had with people recently have been people who have been like, they like Wooly is the leading the SNK boycott march, and and is the, you know, just the biggest piece of shit hypocrite, and like
No, it's just a
and
downer
all this stuff,
because the money goes to a direct murderer.
and it's like, I feel like I've been very clear with my words and where my comforts and where my limits are, and I'm always going to want to say, let's discuss whatever's happening with this thing. I didn't tell you what to do with your money. I didn't tell you what to do with what you choose to play. I'm not the person that's going to dictate what you should or shouldn't do or how you should or shouldn't feel. I'm just going to talk about how I feel.
Not until the halfway mark of this podcast when we take a break.
But I'm just going to talk about how I feel, because this is a recording this is a podcast about what we want to talk about, and I talk about how I feel uncomfortable about certain topics. But I'm not marching with, you know what I mean? I'm not doing that. I'm not that person. So specifically two people who like were really, really angry about that, because they were ultimately like, well, I don't care. I'm pro, you know, continuing to support or whatever. But I was just rubbing those people the wrong way with, there's some insane act outs, you know, which led to, I think this is a good time, to have this conversation about just the level of, how impossible it is to navigate these waters, and how the best I think you can do is, even if it's something that you're interested into or playing or talk or whatever, regularly streaming, talk about the shit that is happening, and don't hide that shit. That's the best I think you can do. If there's better answers, I'm an idiot and I don't know what else they would be, but that's all I got, you know?
I played Ruin King and watched Arcane, which are made in association with a bunch of sex abusive scumbags. I played some SMT5, which is made by a company that I, on a professional level, despise professionally.
Oh yeah. I had to explain to Punch Mom the dinosaur mentality, which then led to me explaining the insane Johnny's SMAP censorship shit.
I'm playing fucking Halo, which has like its own fucking problems. This is run by antitrust king Microsoft. And then I'm playing some FF14 to prep for Endwalker, and I'm like, come on, Yoshi P, don't be a criminal, please. Just,
you know,
let me have one that's just morally uncomplicated. God damn it.
You know, maybe the casuals who just recognize the game they like every time it comes out and don't think about anything else or follow game industry news, maybe they were right. Maybe that distance is good. Maybe you just enjoy the thing. I play the annual football and I like it, and that's it. And then I go about my life. They might have a point.
Well, you know, football leads to death, right?
They might have a point.
You should obviously consume media in a critical fashion, and ignorance is not the answer. And complaining helps, but like...
Now, fuck that. Ignorance is the answer. Return to casual. Return to casual. Come. Join me. Stop caring about any of this. Stop caring about the horrors and the truth. Seek shelter in ignorance. Return to casual.
The riot stuff in particular, the overwhelming emotion that I get is less like genuine desire for social change and more like, well, I don't like riot anyway, and this will help me feel morally superior as long as we don't dig into this
fuck those people.
Little bit more.
Yeah.
It's been a very tiring week for examining my moral stances on consuming media. I think the one that stood out to me is, if you try and consume nothing but unproblematic media, you will find yourself drinking rainwater and living in the gutter. It stuck with me because I'm like, well, why not use tap water? And I'm like, oh right, because municipal services have not always been dealt out egalitarianly across different communities, depending on their ethnic makeup. Oh, great. Yeah, that's right.
Sure didn't.
Right. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Tap water's out.
Yep.
Got it.
You know what redlining
fuck.
is? You know what gerrymandering is?
I know what redlining is, but there's like 5 different redlinings.
Well, basically, when you have a bunch of neighborhoods with people that you don't want to sell your houses to, you can just, for the most part, just go, yeah, we're not selling to anybody who will, cause. Basically, we don't trust you, and the bank doesn't trust you and your ability to purchase a house.
Yeah.
You're the wrong shade, so no houses for you. And then you can draw draw voting lines alongside some of these divisions, and then in some cases the water might work a little bit better in some places, and it depends on how the where the money's coming from, and anyway. So
So that was my week.
Yeah. And you know what I found out?
I actually could have talked about Halo after this.
I found out
after you.
Well, no, it was just like when a TikTok profile is created on the desktop computer.
Boy, it wants your phone number so bad.
You are able to make the account and just put a name and whatever, like, sign up or whatever, but you cannot edit your page in any way. You cannot change your picture profile. You cannot do anything.
Oh yeah, I had the same experience.
All you can do is sign up, and then the rest of your account settings require you to install it on your phone. So they know so well what they need from you. And you're not getting around it on a desktop.
Put me into the database and ship me. I don't even care anymore. I'm so fucking... this weekend...
Return.
This week...
Don't care. Come.
Had me exhausted of being cynical. Absolutely exhausted.
Yeah. No, I mean, Reggie and Punch Mom both, caught an earful of just...
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway, so I played more Halo. Last week I played 2-3 matches of Halo, right? I was like, it's good. I've come back after 25 more hours of Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite is extraordinarily fun to play. There's a couple little design issues. Like a couple guns aren't quite balanced very good. They need to put collision back on melee, because sometimes when you go to melee somebody, you actually pass through their character model and end up hitting their back, which causes an instant kill. It's a little weird. And the playlists are currently...
I'm sorry for the interruption. I apologize. But
Yeah.
Just, do you remember when after 9 long years... Devil May Cry 5 was announced?
Yeah.
And then in the leading up excitement for this awesome thing that we have to some degree fashioned our entire lives around, it was discovered...
More than nothing.
It was discovered that the Dante theme song was problematic.
Oh, yeah, and it was. It really was, too.
Just remember that happened for a second.
Do you remember what allowed us to escape the moral cynicism on that? The song sucks.
The song sucked, and then they replaced the vocalist. But just
it wasn't Devil Trigger.
No, it wasn't. It was the bad one.
It was the bad one.
But just that's it. Just a spark in my brain just went, yeah. Remember DMC5? Remember Subhuman? Remember that fucking thing? Anyway.
Hey Dante, what do you think about the aliens? You know what? Let's just not do that. Let's just not, huh? All right.
Don't get shot.
So yeah, there's some stuff for Halo's gameplay they can work out. I've played the Halo multiplayers. I played 2. I played 3. I played a lot of 3. I played some Reach. I haven't played the recent ones. It's fun. It's a really fun Halo game. The maps are a lot of fun.
Good.
They do need to put collision, and there's some issues with some of the weapons, but like, yeah, okay. The playlists are like awful. It is the worst playlists for a first-person shooter I have ever personally encountered. You have 4 playlists. Bot match, which is bots. You know, team of 4 human people against bots, which is includes every single map and match type in the game in a single playlist. So you have oddball, you have capture the flag, you have one flag, you have Slayer, you have strongholds, and you have one where you I forget what the other one is. Then you have quick play, which is not against bots and includes every single map and every single game mode in the entire game, which includes all of these. Then you have big team battle, which is 12v12 instead of 4v4, which also includes every single map and every single possible game type. And then you have ranked, which is they turn your radar off and it's 4v4. It's a little more serious. You start with slightly different weapons. And it is most of the maps and most of the modes in the game. And most people who play Halo load up Halo and they want to play what in Halo is called Slayer and what in every other game is called Team Deathmatch. Just, I'm going to be on one team, the other guys are going to be on their team, I'm going to shoot them. Right? That is, I would say 80% of all total desired matches from a Halo player are Slayer. I played the game for 6 hours on the Monday and Tuesday after the game came out and got like 3 matches of Slayer.
Oh, shit.
The only mode I want to play.
Well, can you do custom playlist like Titanfall?
Yeah, with your friends.
Okay.
Only. I shit you not, like 9 games of Oddball in a row, followed by 1 Slayer, followed by 3 Stronghold, and 5 Capture the Flag. Now, I'll play Oddball. I'll play CTF. I think CTF and Halo is a lot of fun. But god damn it! I just want to fucking play Team Deathmatch!
That sucks. And there's clearly there would be enough people to do it in a public custom list if you wanted it. Why not let you prefer a certain game mode and then hit the playlist so that like unpopulated modes...
Master Chief has that. Master
yeah.
Chief Collection totally
you
has
pick
that.
your mode that you want.
You select the games you want to queue in for, and then you just sign up.
Yeah.
It feels like this is the thing for their beta rollout, right? To force everybody into map types they wouldn't normally play.
Because we have to find out how they...
And if that's the case, okay. Fine. I can understand.
Less popular modes need testing too.
What I can understand is you have a typical macro transaction problem with Halo Infinite, in which the customization options for your character are way lower than they used to be. And hey, do you want to buy this $10 skin that's horribly overpriced? Right? Pretty typical. You have your battle pass, which uniquely you pay $10 for it and you keep it forever. There's no end time on it.
I heard, so you talked about how awesome it was because it's a permanent battle pass, but yes. I have seen the further elaboration on what this means.
that was day one of that discussion.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
This, you know that have you ever heard the expression of "no plan ever survives contact with the enemy"?
No, but sure. I mean,
yeah, it's an old World War II thing.
Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face is the version I like.
Right. This is what happens is that you're like, okay, that battle pass is reasonable, and then you go into a game, and you play a 45-minute capture the flag match or big team battle, and you get zero.
Nothing.
Zero.
Literally nothing. Yes. Apparently, it
there's
makes
a lot of. Sorry, after you.
Sorry. Apparently, it makes the progression problems of the original For Honor system like a joke in terms of like how much you would get, because Halo is like you have this battle pass forever, you get no rewards for hours of play.
All right, so I find progression systems to be fascinating, so I'm gonna like break this down as deeply as I can because it's broken on every level. You have a battle pass which is 100 tiers. Of the free version of the battle pass, 60 levels are XP boosts and challenge swaps, which are swap a weekly challenge around. Of the remainder, you have to hit level 80 before you get a new piece of armor.
Wow.
For the free battle pass.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. If you buy the battle pass for $10 and it lasts forever, you run into the issue that they've decided on a core system where this is the Mark V Spartan and this is the Mark VII Spartan. Dyes are specific to cores, and so are accessories. And in some cases, they'll give you an armor kit where, hey, you can dress up as George from Halo Reach. But he can only be equipped on the armor core that he doesn't wear in Halo Reach. And you actually need to progress 20 more levels to get the color for the other armor core.
Wait, if there's a free battle pass, why isn't that just the game? Isn't that just the game? If there's a free battle pass, why even why isn't that just like the video game has this progression system in it? Like, because the battle pass is a purchase that's in addition to changing so that rewards come in at a different rate. It's
on top of that, you have your daily win tracker, which is I think 3 quests, which is play 1 game of PvP, then win 1 game of PvP, and then win 3 games of PvP, which gives you experience. And then once you exhaust those, they don't give you any more. And then you have your 4 weekly challenges out of a pool of like 25. And they're going to be shit like hit 3 guys in the back, or stick 5 guys with a grenade, typical Halo stuff, or kill 3 guys with X, right? All of these give very, 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 very little experience. The bigger problem is that you could hit 0 on the daily pass thing very fast. So what they did, they changed it. They went, okay, instead now, every single moment of every day, you always have a daily challenge that will reset every time you get it, which is play 1 match. And it will give you 50 points out of the 1,000 it takes to gain a level.
Mm-hmm.
So play 200 games, win or lose, you get a level. Okay, well, the weekly passes give you 200 to 500. Okay, well, what happens when I get through the easy ones and then I get to the part where it says kill 3 players with the oddball, right? You pick up the oddball and you keep it. That's the use of that. Everybody's fighting over the hot potato, essentially. And when you have the oddball, you can melee people to kill.
Right.
And you get something that says kill 3 people with the oddball, right? And then you go, okay, I'm gonna hit quick play. And then you play for an entire night and never see the oddball mode once.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next day, you do get your 3 oddball kills. And what fills in that next weekly challenge? Win 3 games of oddball. And you go, what? Why weren't these all running concurrent?
They don't stack.
No, only the 4 active ones.
Okay.
Because one of the big things you get out of the battle pass, or you can pay for, is what's called a challenge swap, where you can take your weekly challenge and go, I don't want to do this weekly challenge. I would like to roll the dice and get an easier one. And on top of that, you get challenges, some of which have been removed and some of which are still in the game. And these are absolutely outrageous. I had a challenge that was destroy 1 Scorpion, which is the tank that you remember, Wooly.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kill 20 Spartans with a Banshee, I want to say it was. It might have been a Wraith or Banshee with the Flying Covenant.
Yeah.
And the Scorpion and the Banshee or the Wraith, I can't remember. So the reason I can't tell you which one it is because I've never seen a Banshee or a Wraith once, ever.
Okay.
I played hours and hours and hours of Big Team Battle. Turns out the Scorpion and the Covenant Flyers only spawn if the match is almost at like sudden death. So if the one team actually tries hard and wins, they'll never spawn in the fucking map. Ever.
So the natural progression of playing the video game does not give you an opportunity to even fulfill the challenges that are asked of you.
Wooly, I have 25 hours played. I have never seen a Covenant flying vehicle. And I'm supposed to get 20 kills with it.
There's another thing happening right now on the spot behind all of this, which is just because I like to zoom out sometimes and just take in the situation if possible. And we're now at a place where we are critiquing the bullshit of this battle pass system and how badly it's implemented in a world where once upon a time the concept of a battle pass was already like, wait, you're charging us for what? Right?
Yeah.
And in the same way, or like gacha things, and like the rollout of the change of the industry has been so successful in every mini buy kind of situation.
Oh, this actually feeds back into the old conversation.
That we're hyper used to, like, getting fucked over, and we're now critiquing the method of flogging.
Oh yeah, Wooly,
that we're like, oh, at least be a little nice on the flog.
Do you remember the number one thing that people would say when you would complain about Oblivion's horse armor? And it was vote with your wallet.
With your wallet. You know
what? I fucking did. And guess what? It didn't mean shit because the average consumer is a fucking uninformed moron. And they will buy they will steal their parents' credit cards to buy their FIFA cards.
So here we are. We're critiquing the systems that the very implementation of these systems was originally the issue a couple years ago. And now you're like, well, we're in it. What the fuck at these requirements on the dailies?
Yeah, but it's super weird because like you could easily fix these with a bunch of number things. The biggest problem with Halo Infinite's all these challenge things, right? Because if it was just progression, who cares?
Yeah.
Right? It was just cosmetics. Again, I agree with Sterling. Cosmetics are part of the game. Shut up. It's not just cosmetics. But let's say it's just cosmetics. That's fine. Guess what? You're playing a game in a team.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? After I was given the fucking like 35th oddball game in a day, and I had one challenge to go for my week, and it was kill people by hitting them in the back with a melee. Yeah, I'm going to run around and ignore the fucking ball and hit people in the back in the melee. And you know what else? 2 other team members on my team were also clearly just doing challenges because they didn't want to play oddball. And the one guy on the fucking match that was holding the ball figured out a way to type into chat and said, play the objective. To which I responded, no, I don't want to.
I saw that screenshot.
And I took a photo of it and I put it up.
I saw that.
Because guess what? It's not just me. It's the playlist thing and this have combined to create you're playing Capture the Flag and no one cares about the flag. Because everyone's trying to do their fucking weapon-specific challenges that they can't get into the modes they need for. If all the challenges ran concurrent, this would be significantly mitigated. But the thing I don't understand, they have a finish a game, get 50 experience. Why the fuck isn't that win a game, get 200?
Right.
You know what I'm seeing in games? You know what I'm seeing in games right now? See this controller? What if I were to just put a rubber band on this fucking stick?
Yep.
So my character runs forward the whole time.
So you don't idle. Yep. Get your experience.
They're everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Because the only way to fucking get experience after your fucking weekly challenges are done.
I have a question. And perhaps this might be indicative of all these problems we're discussing this week. But you know what I want to know?
What?
How does the battle rifle feel?
Great.
Because that's a really good gun. I fell in love with it.
The 4-burster.
And I hope it continues to feel good, because that was that was a sexy gun, and it felt really good to shoot it. I hope it feels good this time around too.
And when you get a 4-burst, a little icon, a man tells you perfect.
Hey, that's good. That's good.
The alien weapons are all terrible, and one of them was nerfed so bad right before release that you cannot complete its own weapon challenges.
Jesus. Like, it functionally doesn't work?
There's three challenges. You can get 3 stars on each, right? In like a little academy thing, right? There's a Ravager gun that shoots like red lasers that got nerfed right before release, that you cannot get 3 stars on its final challenge. You can't.
Wow.
The weapon can't do it.
Okay.
They nerfed it too hard.
Yeah. The BR is one of the few times in video games, like, I'm sure this happens to a lot of people, but for me it's a rare occurrence where, like, I'm playing a first-person shooter and I pick up a gun and I shoot it and I immediately go, oh, I like this. Like, this is just, yeah.
I take that back. The Needler and the Mangler are great.
Oh, okay.
Needler's good. Mangler's good. But the energy alien weapons are, aside from the Needler, goddamn awful.
How's the hammer?
Like, you don't move any faster, and the slow is really slow. The swing is really slow.
Oh,
It is a very poor man's energy sword, which, by the way, is now completely uncontested because they don't have a one-hit kill shotgun in the game.
Oh.
So if somebody with an energy sword gets within about 5 feet of you, you're going to die, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Brute Shot used to be pretty good.
Brute Shot's no longer in. It's been kind of replaced by the Mangler.
Oh.
Okay. It's a really weird feeling, because I'm not even I said last week that I was the biggest Halo fan ever. By the way, that was lying. I was lying. I was lying for fun. But I actually do miss the Brute Shot, the Spiker, like the handgun that had the 2 like curved blades.
Yeah.
I really like that gun. So with this being a long-term live service game, I assume they're going to rotate in and out like pretty much every Halo weapon that's ever existed, to some degree. But yeah, it's fun to play Halo. Wish the progression is so bad that even if you don't care about the progression, your teammates will, and it'll fuck up your game sometimes.
Which ruins the entire experience one way or the other.
Right. Well, because people aren't trying to win; they're just trying to do their challenges.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the test and learn period, right? It's an early.
It seems like.
So
I spoke to a ghost earlier today, in which they described there's a lot of emails going around about the progression, and that they are very committed to figuring this out as fast as possible before the goddamn full release.
It's kind of amazing how you can put all the pieces in place to have a really fun multiplayer game, but if you fuck up the incentives, it just turns everyone's like motivation to shit and then ruins the play.
Too many things in the pot. Like, let's really like examine it. Let's say you took this game and removed all customization whatsoever outside of, like, do you want to be red, blue, green, yellow, etc.
Yeah.
It would be a more fun game to play right now, because people who would be playing it would be trying to win every match.
And it wouldn't just be about booting the fucking game up. Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
That's my week. You want to see more crap this week? I'm going to play Halo at some point, probably. I don't know. Over twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. I don't know what I'm going to stream this week. I have no idea. I'll figure it out.
Whatever it is, it will probably be ethically dubious at best.
Yeah, it'll be ethically dubious. Yeah. I'll only get my video games from a no-kill studio. Wow, I just invented that as like a run on like a no-kill shelter, and then realized like I was accidentally dead on
You can actually
for
say
this
that.
week.
You can actually say
Wow.
that.
Wow. Okay. Good. Excellent. That was an accident.
Okay, what's going on?
Fuck video games, man.
Dude, dude, I've been saying it. Return to casual.
Yeah.
Let's just play our footy manager. Let's just play.
Hey, dude, they got the Dorito guy and they got a space game with the guy in the Doritos.
Naruto's running with Rick and Morty. And Kakashi is dancing next to Ryu. What else do you need in life?
And they're all observing Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Well, he deserves it. We need to teach these kids. Just return to not giving a fuck. It's the only way. It's like Normcore. Remember Normcore?
Yeah.
Normcore was the movement of people that they had become so extreme in their like hipster clothing styles that you go so far out that the coolest thing you can do is not do the hipster style clothing and just return to being normal again. So just wearing like boring polos and t-shirts and, you know, regular jeans and, you know, just nothing written on them. Normcore. Like background characters in a sitcom. Because it's the only way to be cool.
Do you remember when a bunch of people in the games industry wanted to make games that were really like sweet and like cute and cuddly, and they made them, and then people started to term them wholesome games, and then people started to make wholesome games that part of their marketing was to morally evangelize themselves over all those other games with violence in them and come off like complete scumbags?
Like what? I don't remember.
All of them are games that I looked at and couldn't remember the goddamn names of, but this was like a couple months ago.
I guess I didn't see that. But yeah. Well. Okay, so my week. What did I do? First things first, I just played a fuck ton of SMT5.
Yeah.
Probably.
Young man.
Like, you call me whatever you want, Aogami. You're fucking dope. You're super cool. God damn, he's great.
Look at that hair, though, man.
Yeah.
That hair is one full generation of graphical power past everything else in the game.
Yeah. I'm down with the Proto Fiend. Nabohino is a Nahobino. It's a weird word to say. It's just anything with a bean in it is just gonna come across weird coming out of our lips. I don't know. This game is a joy.
More like Nabo Himbo.
I mean, he can be a himbo if you want him to be, but he's not emotive enough to put any of that on him.
Really isn't. Startlingly blank, even for an SMT protagonist.
Insert your own everything.
You wish.
Yeah, no, I know. Anyways, the game is a joy to play. It's very fun. It's really, really cool, and I enjoy. I enjoy the places where you feel as if you talked about it a little earlier, but like it's where you would think a Persona game might pull some punches, and in this case, it doesn't.
Fuck
and although, admittedly, like. Not spoiler, but just full disclosure, you're like, you leave the school and you never go back again. I'm like, until you go back.
Oh, I haven't gotten that far. To be fair, I was like 12 hours in and I hadn't gone back yet.
Yeah, I'm in the 20s somewhere, and
okay.
And yeah, no, you do. But it's interesting because I have a thing I bring up a lot of the time with the over forgiveness, right, of like heinous acts in games like this sometimes, or in anime, or in stuff where it's just like, it's okay, no matter what you did. At the end, if you feel bad about it and you have a tragic backstory, we can play the Naruto swing song, and then everyone's gonna call you the coolest guy.
And then your dog's gonna ask you if you're a war criminal, and you're just gonna stare at her and emotionally neglect her mother.
You know,
it'll be fine.
Something like that. But in this case, like there's a scene that like there's stuff that kind of plays out in a way where you're like, okay, you're feeling bad for someone, and let's just say that, like, you know, it does its take on, like, I mean, here, how about this? If you're interested in zero spoilers for, like,
what the fuck are you talking about? Just fucking say words.
I know. I'm giving everyone an opt out if they want to tap out and not hear anything about SMT5. So I'm going to start talking about it now.
You're going to kill God. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen.
I'm talking about specifics. I'd rather give the choice than not at all. Anyways, so the game deals with bullying, and Persona deals with bullying in its own ways, as we see, and you kind of figure out what to do there. In SMT5's case with bullying, it's like there's a girl who's getting bullied because shitty, stupid kids are stupid and shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So in a very like Kamen Rider Monster of the Week kind of way, given to the power of demons and evil, and now you can get revenge on your bullies, right?
Sick.
Awesome. First order of business: murder the fuck out of those bullies. And it's like, whoa,
kill them,
kill
them.
Like, bullying is bad. Homicide is worse. That's bad.
They're never gonna bully anyone again.
Yeah, so like fucking offed, you know? And I was like, okay, we're not even doing the like mental prison or like, oh, they're like
those Persona plots those games would be real short.
Yeah.
If they had an SMT protagonist in
them. But that's it, right? So like they just get fucking homicided, and I was like, okay. And before that, there's like the discussion where it's like, okay, so you know, we try to save this girl, we have to beat the demon, but what if we have to get them both? What do we do? And then that goes down, and then fucking Proto Fiend is like, so just you're going about your daily, you're doing your missions and you're saving the day, and Proto Fiend is like, hey, so that girl like murdered the fuck out of those students, and I know you want to save her because of friendship and stuff, but is that really the right move, considering, you know, like the big death? And you have to pick your answer, and I'm like, yeah, that's an order or chaos choice. I'll take that, because holy fuck. Right?
Yeah,
you asked me. He asked me exactly what I was thinking as I'm going about the mission. Like, should we really try to save this person? He goes, hey, is that okay? And I was like, thank you for acknowledging that, Aogami. You know,
it's fascinating because I got like I keep saying, about 12, 13 hours in, and I didn't feel like the chaos law thing was surfacing much at all. The only time I felt like it did was the argument between Leanne Shide and Apsaras.
Yes.
Where that's the classic, do you want to rise to your own strength or
that's the first one.
Be subservient to somebody else.
Yeah.
Usually it's like every single time somebody talks to you, you go, you kill him, or I'd like to find out more, and one of those is law or chaos.
So it seems like every large zone of the game is going to have one of those. Pick an order or a demon, or an order or a chaos demon, pick their side and eliminate the other one, type of thing. So it seems like that's going to be like a repeating bit. But a couple of questions pop up that are like, hey, which way you going on this? How do you feel about this? You know? And my understanding is also, and this is just like helpful to know, is that like they're in there, but also don't sweat too hard about it, because it's not doing the SMT4 thing. Where
it's not?
No. Because SMT4 like required you to, like, if you're trying to get like, your true neutral, for example, sometimes
SMT4 tracked every single fucking thing you did
and ping-ponged you aggressively if you tried to stay in the middle
with a +1 or a +2.
And it was pretty rough for trying to get the results you wanted. So my understanding of
I want to raise my hand and point out just how bad the SMT4 system was, because there was a pivotal choice at the 70% mark of that game that asked you if you were wanted to be law or chaos. And the meter was if you were at +8 or -8, you would jump into one or the other. And if you were in that 16-point range in the middle, you would be true neutral, right? And the choice you made gave 8 points. So that if you came to that conclusion with 0, you would choose either decision and end up on opposite ends of the spectrum and could not be neutral, even though you came in at a perfect neutral number, which is what happened to me. I somehow came into 0 and was like, oh, I picked law and now I'm stuck in the law thing. Oh, okay, I'll back out and do chaos.
You're too neutral.
Chaos and ended up in the... I'm like, this is bullshit!
Yeah, that sucked. And especially considering, like, the neutral ending is, like, obviously the best one. That was... so that, it seems like this time around, there is a somewhat like I think there's like a spinning icon indicator that'll let you know a bit of where your alignment is. But for the most part, even though answering questions does actually get tracked in that way, for your ultimate outcomes, you will be able to just decide in terms of endings. Yeah,
they finally gave up on this stupid shit.
The system is in there, but you can pick which ending you're going for based on what you want. So that's nice to know. So with that, play real, answer true, and be honest. You know, you don't have to fucking dance with your ups and downs. So I can
just do every chaos action the whole game like I was going to.
Oh yeah, I'm going chaos, but I'm not doing every chaos. I'm doing the chaoses that I agree with, and
dude. Like, I don't know about you, but like the chaos law thing in SMT has always been like the law outcomes are just so much more nightmarish than the chaos outcomes.
And the enforcers of the laws are all stuffy and shit. You're talking to these angels and they're like, yes, we need a boring world of God. This is
like, oh yeah, I'm talking to Raphael and he's like, oh, God's law and everything perfect. And then you're like, okay, well, who am I going to talk to on the fucking chaos side? And you got Belphegor sitting on the toilet next to Mara the penis chariot going, why don't we burn it all down? And you're like, okay, well, I know who I'm going to hang out.
You know, I used to really hate the Soul Calibur 4 ending. And with time, I think I've grown to appreciate its message, which is like, if you let the soul edge win, it just engulfs the world and burns everything and destroys it all because chaos. But if you let the Soul Calibur win, it just freezes the world and preserves it, because if nothing moves, then nothing can be evil or sin.
Right, yeah.
So just freeze everything forever, you know? And it's like, yeah, you know what? Actually, I think that works as an idea. Fuck that. Anyway, so you have these choices playing out, and you get to pick and choose how you want to go about it, and that's really great. Demon management is, you know, as it is, it's fun.
Great.
You can micromanage with essences, even though
reverse demon compendium is incredible.
So I mean, the demon the fusing system in 4 was great because they figured out how to like just smooth it over.
And now the part where you were picking out like, I want this that has this was excellent.
Now it's smoothed out in ways I didn't even like know that I wanted, which is like, you can choose between grabbing two things and sticking them together, grabbing the result that you look for of the things you're holding, or just grabbing the results of anything you own in the compendium with anything else you own, and then paying the money to automatically summon and fuse both.
Reverse Demon Compendium solves the single biggest... the single biggest problem in SMT was always, I want to pick my fucking skills, god damn it. And then they solved that back in 4 or Golden or whatever.
Yeah, 4.
Right? And I'm like, okay, I can pick my skills, great. And now the second biggest thing is like, okay, wait, I need a demon that's like strong and physical. Do I have that? Fuck. Okay, well, if I go to and then you would start fusing you would try and fuse everything, and you're like, here it's just like, here's the list of everything you could possibly make.
Yeah. And some people go as hardcore.
That one. There, Ibn that's the one.
Some people go as hard as to like memorize the rankings and then like know that this arcana plus this arcana equals this. And I'm like, fuck, I will never be able to do that. But making it safe and just showing me like, here's the cost of pre-summoning and fusing these two for the result you want is beautiful. Love that.
Also,
keep in mind that anything you power up becomes super fucking expensive. So, you know, the cost goes up.
I gotta say, the thing that blows my mind the biggest is when I look at the way that they've decided to increase or decrease the power of these things, where this demon is strong at buffs. This demon's strong at electricity. Instead of the buffs being stronger or lasting longer or the abilities doing damage, them costing less or more resources to cast is a great solution.
The MP cost.
Yeah. So like if you have a character that is like +3 to buff, like the Rotunda, which is the enemy defense down, instead of costing 10, now it costs fucking 6.
Right.
That's a big goddamn deal.
You save on the MP. Something else that's really good here too is, like, for lack of a better term, builds are viable, it feels like. Because what I used to do in every other game was, like, I would just play a character that could all round. I want to have a big, powerful physical attack. I need to have all my spells to have the weaknesses ready so I can, you know, start the press turn rotation. And if I have slots for something specific, I will. You know, maybe it'll just be like a Meteorama or something. But the way the game is set up now is you can actually really pick a character that is about, like, let's say you want to debuff things, as you just mentioned. You can really like land a lot of those debuffs on bosses too, in a situation where previously it'd feel like, what's the point, you know?
Oh, the debuffs have always hit on these guys in SMT.
I feel as if like I would have so many whiff situations or like resistances where I'd be like, ah, fuck it, it's not worth it, right?
Debilitate's the best skill in the franchise for a reason.
Ailments, the impression I got with ailments was, you know, like, let's just go for magic.
Oh, you're thinking, okay, sorry. I didn't understand that you were talking about ailments like Confuse or Mirage or what. Yeah, no, those are more likely to hit now if you have
sorry, not debuffs. I mean to say ailments. I mean that's the correct word. Sorry.
Yeah, ailments. Yeah,
not the Kundas and the Kajas. You know, the ailments. Excuse me. So, but like now they're landing, they're working, and you can see. I mean, you can see the ones that like the boss is resistant to when you scan them, but even in cases where like there's resistance, I've had a couple where it's like, oh no, it broke through anyway. You know. I was able to like handle the first major boss by getting it put to sleep a couple times and just having him miss his turns, you know. And I was like, damn,
that slept Drake, really?
Not Drake.
Oh, Drake, you don't count Drake as the first major boss?
I was thinking of Orochi.
Oh, okay. I think we're talking about the same boss.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
Hydra,
yes.
Hydra.
Excuse me,
we both got it wrong.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, that was dumb. All right.
The type is Drake. Hydra's the name. Okay.
Hydra. Yes, I slept Hydra multiple times.
Oh, good.
And then, like, I'm like, oh, I'm on my third guy. Let me just guard, not wake him up. And he slept through both of his turns, and then came back to me. Excellent. And I was like, let's fucking go. Start the rhythm again, you know? Mm-hmm. So that was the moment where I kind of went like, all right, like, we can put builds together that are going to, you know, be this or that or whatever. Second thing is you get essences throughout the game, which are like, hey, what do you want to give a specific skill to a specific demon in your pocket?
Yeah.
spend an essence card and do that. But then
what if you wanted to demon fuse yourself?
So then you give yourself some stuff, right, which is good. But you pick up Proto Fiend cards, Aogami cards, which are type 1s, 2, 3, etc. And they have unique skills for the protagonist, which are pretty awesome that you don't want to miss, mind you.
Yeah.
So don't accidentally change your alignment or waste them on anything without taking those good skills.
Let me ask you a question. Strength or mag?
So mag.
Mag this time. Okay.
But the thing is that like even though I'm going like heavy magic, because I just want to be able to start the press turn and keep it going, right? Like to me, that like if the enemy gets 2 turns, like we're at par for the amount of turns I want in the battle before like I kill them. Otherwise, like we're going for 0, right? So, but here's the thing is like if you give yourself some of those Proto Fiend abilities, like Aramasa, or there's this really cool I forgot what it's called, but it's an almighty one where you just like it's a unique animation. You pull like your claws out and do like a giant uppercut, and it'll do fuck tons of damage anyways, even with my magic build. So you can work in like whatever approach you want and be relative, and like it'll be okay. You like
I have a mostly strength based
Sakanagi. That's it.
Proto Fiend, and Aramasa does like fucking busted shit.
Okay. Yeah.
But
you
if I need to cast Zeo or anything like that, like it works. But the way that I built my Proto Fiend was as a physical attacker that has the absolutely mandatory debuffs.
Okay.
So Rakunda.
Interesting. Okay.
As the one, and then I'll throw on like Meteorama or like Recarm on him when I can.
I play as magic because like if someone in my team happens to be missing one of the necessary weaknesses or something, then it's like I'll cover for that, you know, and that's the balance.
So if you cast Aramasa with decent luck, like you're gonna crit.
Oh yeah,
because each hit's unique, and all you need is a single one.
Well, I'm sure if you fucking then do the Magatsuhi critical, and then you get every slash a guaranteed, like that thing is so busted strong.
Yeah, and then the enemies get it, and you're like, God damn it.
So I haven't had that yet, right?
Oh man, it's real bad.
I've been lucky enough that I've seen them charging, and I've just like killed, you know.
Oh, it's real bad.
I've so it seems, yeah. I've heard that's a thing, but I don't even want to use the other ones yet. And I'm going to do some experimenting to find out, but there's stuff that you get that you can spend the full meter on, which is like if you kill on this turn, you get a big boost to XP and Maca, right? Or like everything costs 1 for a turn. And I'm like, yeah, that's all cool, but nothing is better than everything is guaranteed critical. Like,
yeah, you get 8 turns.
You get 8 turns of melting damage against whatever you're fighting, you know? So I'm just like whatever other versions you want are there, but like as far as I'm concerned, I'm just like, okay, run that shit, and then on the last turn, if you saw the enemy start charging, then it's like, all right, what do we got? We got a dampener. What's your biggest elemental ability? Dampen that shit. And literally, by the way, you will have to do this to survive against some bosses, because there will be some bosses that are like, I'm gonna do a force spell that will just murder your entire team, and if you don't dampen it, you're out. You know? So you have to pay attention to that.
Did you get the fucking DLC for Demi Fiend?
I don't think so.
It's an extra. It's a $12 thing.
That
adds all the old feet. So I picked it up, and it adds all the old Fiend bosses into the game.
Oh, okay.
And Matador shows up next to the first save point.
Huh, as an optional boss.
Goes, sup. And then you go to fight him, and he's like 20 levels higher than you, and Mazonga's your whole fucking team in a single shot.
Oh, okay.
And you're like, okay, you're for later.
Okay, cool. There's already a bunch of that in the game. That's definitely
it's wild.
That's a later thing. And then I came back to it like that first big stone guy. I came back to him hours later, and it's like, nah, bro. You see that? His moves are dines. He's got dines on the ends of his moves. You're not ready for that.
That dude is so fucking hilarious because like Aogami tells you stay away from that dude. He'll kill you. And I'm like, I fought stronger field enemies and RPGs. Oh my fucking god, I'm doing 1 damage.
Now the problem is, as someone with some gaps in my SMT knowledge, like are those DLC references just gonna fly right over my head?
They're straight up Nocturne everything.
Well, that's unfortunately.
You fought some of them in
Rido.
You fought some fiends in Rido.
Well, I look. I know, for example, who Matador is, but the Nocturne introduction of him, I didn't see. But I know
in Rido
you
fought
Matador.
Red Fiend and Pale Rider.
Yeah. I know what those demons are. I've seen them. I just don't have the like Nocturne specific thing. So it's like even if you're getting a big pop off moment, for me it would just be a reference I haven't seen yet. So, anyway. That stuff is really fun. Don't waste your don't waste your Aogami cards, folks. Those unique abilities are great. And
make sure you get every fucking skill of goddamn note off those cards for your guy. You're not gonna get another. You're not gonna get another Aramasa.
Well, so I accidentally, on the second one where it's just like it was a healing item, and I used it to just return my affinities to the normal ones I wanted, because I switched affinities for a boss, you know. And that's a thing too, where it's like, okay, well, you can switch affinities if you want to build up a certain resistance, but just realize you're going to spend money on it. But you know, just keep in mind that your essences are going to be limited.
I'm seeing a lot of folks saying, don't waste your gospels. I don't even know what that fucking is.
Oh, I burned all my gospels.
What are they?
Oh, they're free level ups.
For
the Nahohino.
Oh,
you have grimoires, which are free level ups for your demons.
Yeah, I've been using those.
As long as they're under you, and then there's gospels, which are free level ups for you personally.
Yeah, for the gospels at the very, I think I used all the ones that I got, but what I did is that I would only use them when I was like 1 XP over a new level.
Yeah, that's the best time if you want to min-max it. I'm under the assumption that later levels take so long that you're gonna wanna, save it for those situations. But personally, I'm like, fuck it, man. I'm 2 levels away from a demon I really want to be rolling with. I'm gonna pop them for that demon and get it. And I'm enjoying the game that way.
Wait a second. That's a high value consumable item.
Yes.
And I didn't think to save it for later. That's weird.
Did you get any gospels?
Yeah, I got a ton of them.
Oh.
I just waited till I was at a new level, because you're not going to use it with 30% of the level to go. That's an obvious waste.
Oh, there you go. Growth.
Maybe.
Growth. Maybe this is a healthy exercise.
I have not been using many of the dampeners though, but I'm sure I will run into something that demands it.
You will. I promise you will. And what's better than dampeners is giving the ability to one of your demons. I walked into a fucking King Frost fight and just had a Jack Frost with me who was like, fuck ice attacks. It's going to cost a lot of MP. It's going to cost like 40 MP, but fuck ice attacks. And it's like, oh, this fight is over. I'm going to just wail and keep you dampened and nothing is going to happen, That
reminds me. There's something I got to talk about when you're done about this that I forgot about.
Okay. Well, anyway, so Gospels, yeah, that I mean, I'm sure later on it's going to be helpful, but I the way I enjoy these games is I want the demon I want now, and I'm going to get him because I don't want to wait. So I'm spending it. So fuck off. But no, and that's been good. The glory system as well is
it's fun.
Yeah.
Great.
Well, I was wondering where a bunch of stuff was where I'm like, wait, I can't use items with my demons. I can't do this or that. And it's like, oh,
how come I can only transfer 4 fucking skills?
and it's because you have to unlock all of that with glory. You
Man,
know?
the only problem I have with glory is that it's like, man, there are some fucking winners that are so much better than all the other ones. Step 1, increase the size of the demons you can carry with you at one time.
Yeah.
Step 2, increase the amount of skills you
They
and your
can
team
do.
can use at one time.
Yes, exactly. God, what was it? There was one early on that was like, it cost like 150, and I'm like, I am absolutely saving up for this.
Is it when your bar is full, you
heal
regain MP and heal?
Yeah. And like,
Yeah,
are you fucking kidding me? Of course I'm saving up for
that fast enough.
Mm-hmm.
It
was
makes
ridiculous.
the biggest difference roaming around
in the world. Yeah. So that's fantastic as well. And you know, like you know, I'm running around every corner trying to find those little guys, and I legitimately I like Gustav and the Cadaverous Hollow. Like,
yeah, he's fun.
The shop is dope, and also it's my favorite song in the game so far.
Really?
Yeah, the Cadaverous Hollow theme is stuck in my fucking head, dude. It's great. I don't know. Continuing, of course, a tradition of making you feel like shit every time you shop, because you just feel like these shopkeepers are assholes. You know, they feel like they're bilking you, you know. But here's the thing. It ain't all roses. Because those roses are poorly animated and drop frames, especially at a distance. This is a Switch game.
No, it's not. This is a fucking PlayStation or Xbox game that they put on the Switch.
This feels like a Switch game. The fucking environment you run around in on the overworld is chugging. The textures of every time you look at a demon for the first time, it pops in without a texture, and it takes a second, and then the rest of it appears. It's wild. There's a draw distance effect where, not a draw distance, but it's like it's that thing with the Switch where it's like at a distance, if you see, for example, your little navigator buddy finds something and she flies far away from you, she drops to 2 frames per second.
So that's not a Switch thing. A lot of engines do that in the From Software games. It's called omission mode.
Okay, yeah.
And it's once it gets a certain radius from the player, things don't animate at the same speed to save on resources. But the one in SMT5 is really aggressive. Like, you can clearly see shit 10 feet away from you going,
yeah.
At 5 frames a second.
She's like straight up, like she's right over there, like 5 or 4 steps, and you see her like just like gritzing into fucking low frame mode.
And you know what? If it was any farther away, that game would now run at 14 frames a second.
Sure. You run around corners of the environment that are just awkward collision, bad footing. You're like, can I walk there? Am I supposed to? Maybe. Inconsistent boundaries on cliff sides, because some cliffs are meant to be jumped off of and others are not. Doesn't matter because there's fall damage and you can get back wherever you were going. But literally, you just never know if that awkward cliffside is meant to be scaled or not, because there are some places where you start running up a steep hill, and like he starts like freaking out, like, oh, you're too high, but there's a jump you're supposed to make over there. You know, the overworld and the collision and the frame rate are
it's a grimy mess.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Shit's rough. And
it is an Atlas game that has teleported here from the far off year of 2005 for you.
And in this world that can barely hold itself together, that's loading as you play it, you can hold a sprint button to make it worse.
Yeah.
And the sprint just lets you go. Like, you can let go of the controller and the sprint will just keep going, which is wonderful for you know.
So you're sprinting and you have speed lines and you have this
Naruto
weird,
run.
It is like the weirdest confluence of technical things I've seen in a game in a while. Because you're Naruto running with speed lines as you see enemies just like chug 10 feet away from you. And there's a really nice sparkle effect on the sand that actually looks pretty high end.
Yeah.
And your hair is billowing
beautiful.
like a physics demo.
Yep.
While the frame rate just goes lower and lower and lower. And in the background, there's a guy on a guitar go, bow, ba-jow, bow. And it's like, holy fucking shit.
And then every once in a while, it might take you a minute to realize, but you hear a weird noise from whenever the moon cycles change that goes, and you know, and you're like, what is it? What is it? And it's like, oh, the moon. It's a new moon. And it's fucking weird. And you're like,
all the boss themes are unique.
And you're just like, and it's like, the world is so shit. And like, we know, so we're going to give you the fastest sprint so you don't have to look at it. Just deal with the demons and shut up.
It is. You see what I meant was like this game more than the other recent SMT. This is the anti-Persona.
Yeah, no. But just like, but also because of Switch reasons, it's kind of falling apart. It's kind of falling apart. God bless that the new Demon Fusion animations. They're beautiful, and you watch them once and you're good. But they're pretty nonetheless.
Every single fucking game, every single goddamn game, you watch something like, wow, that's a cool animation, and then you mash it through every time, and then you're mashing it through, and you're like, why isn't the animation skipping? And you're like, fuck, and then you reset because it's gonna be a goddamn fusion accident.
Yeah, exactly. Warning as well. For some reason, down on the D-pad is progression in text boxes and dialogue.
So's moving the analog stick.
Okay, so I noticed specifically down on the D-pad or the stick is progression, and a couple of times I've accidentally done that because I thought I was on a list of some kind and I wasn't. It didn't appear yet, so then you can skip through that shit. So just, you know, when you press A to talk to somebody or when something happens,
just fucking stop,
chill.
Push button.
Yeah, exactly. But no, it's fucking incredible. It's so fun, and like plot wise, it's like we're fucking going, pulling no punches.
You're in the game for like 90 minutes, and Lucifer's looming on the horizon, 1,000 feet tall, going, "God is a bitch."
Yeah, and then it's like, God is a bitch. He fucked off. Like he fucking lost. Yeah, it's incredible. It takes no fucking. It wastes no time getting into it, and yeah, it's just, it's great so far. Just be aware of all these things that can happen to you, you know. Anyway, SMT5.
Hey, by the way, if anybody knows how to emulate this game, definitely message me how to emulate it so that I can make sure not to do that because it's illegal.
You know, it sure would be great if people were allowed to see SMT5, but you're not. So,
yeah.
In the meantime, here's the report on how it's going. It's going pretty good.
I'm good. Not allowed to
not allowed to show you how good it is, but it's going good. I'm really liking it. Anyway, that's fantastic. What's up?
I had one other thing that I forgot that I played this week. That if you want, you can get to the end of your week before I go back to it.
So it's okay. Go ahead.
Because it's something that is near and dear to your heart, Wooly. I did what I would call the season finale of the Mind Goblins series. I'm not going to be doing any more Mind Goblins for the rest of the year because Endwalker's coming out.
Okay.
And I went back to Neo.
Okay.
Neo 1 is the number one. Neo 1 and Darkest Dungeon 1 are the two worst that it has ever been. And I think even people without obsessive compulsive disorder can easily see why those would be the case, right? Neo 1 is just like an information like overload even to the average person.
It's a lot to take in. Yeah.
And so I've been putting in brackets next to every Mind Goblins segment that I do what the Mind Goblin of the day is. And Neo 1's that I went back to was not just the most extreme game, it was also one of the biggest ever. And that is, every time I would play Neo, I would play it and then stop and then start over 2 months later, completely from the beginning, because it'd be like, well, I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
Okay.
This week's session was the mind goblin of don't start over. So I dived in to a game that I had last played in February of this year and said, no, I will not start over. I will look at what stats do, and I will relearn the buttons, and I will go through the goddamn missions. And I will deal with it. And the confluence of events that occurred during this session were bordering on farcical. Because one, the Neo-ness got me so bad that like my lip was trembling and I was trying not to cry looking at an inventory screen.
Oh my god. Oh my god, dude.
Like I had picked up a sword that did less damage than the sword I had now, but it was at 0 familiarity out of 900, whereas my current sword was at 450 out of 450 familiarity, and people in the chat said that the new sword would do more damage, and then I go, well, how do I know that? And they go, well, the familiarity. And I go, well, how much does the familiarity add? And they go, it doesn't tell you.
Yeah.
And then I go, but then how do I know that? And they go, you don't. But then I go, then how do you know that? Because it's rarer. But and so on and so forth.
Which the real answer is don't care and swing what feels good to you.
Yeah, well, this is fucking show that I'm doing. Anyway. And then I started, and I was in the second zone, which meant in that playable session, during this mental apocalypse, I went back to the mine level with the poison, which is awful. In Neo 1, the one with the poison gas in the fucking mine.
Yes,
I
remember.
Awful.
I remember now.
Then the side mission in that goddamn horrible mountain town that's like 2 rooms with all the little fucking Kappa dudes hidden everywhere.
Yeah. It gets so much worse. That's not even that bad.
And then I started it up.
There's some really annoying ones past that.
And I look over in the chat, and the chat is saying, I can't believe he's at this level. And I'm like, what? And the overwhelming consensus was, this is the worst level in the game. And I started the level that has the fucking Umibozu boss on it.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm thinking of. There you go.
And
okay. Yep.
You're
complaining about the other shit, and I'm like, no.
And I'm
that
like,
water fucking garbage.
I'm picking up these items and having like miniature panic attacks over statistics, and then turning around and falling into the water into instant death. I'm like doing the bonfire shit only to get to the boss, and then I didn't get a bonfire, so ads are spawning now, and I'm getting gangbanged by the little jellies.
And you decide to explore the side path because there might be good stuff on the side path.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. And then the fucking floor is a lie, and there's weird holes at the back of the room that don't appear visible. And then the boss has an instant kill that has no wind up that it sometimes does with the beam. And like
worst boss of the worst level of all time. Yeah.
Like
unbelievably annoying boss.
When I started the Mind Goblin thing, I did Dishonored, and the Dishonored one was perfect play. Don't play perfect. It's okay to make mistake kind of thing.
Yep.
That was the highest level of anxiety. And then I did like 5-6 other games, which like, I'm a little stressed about this, but it wasn't that big of a deal. And the idea was like, well, maybe I'm conquering these. And then I got to Neo, and Neo is about as upset as I think I've ever been on camera in my life.
Oh my God.
And I'm doing what is considered the worst boss in the worst level in the entire game, in the worst mental state I think I've ever streamed during. And like, I beat it. I did beat it.
And you have to burn consumables. You don't have to, but you kind of have to burn consumables against that boss in particular.
I was able to.
There's the torch in the corner for one.
I was burning the consumables, and then I used my Omyo to give myself the fire thing. And so between the
Yep,
fire thing
exactly.
and the torches around, I could do
Yep.
it.
Now go
But
back in there for the Twilight mode version where you fight him with other ads already in the room.
it's and I feel like I crested a hill on that one.
Mm-hmm.
And the hill was like literally based on this is as bad as it will get for your regular ass run through Neo. For like not the Twilight missions or the bonus crap or whatever. But
Yeah.
like this is as bad as it's gonna get.
There's another level that's really rough, but that's about as worst. Yeah, I would agree with that. There's a level.
That's interesting.
What?
There's a little ball right here in the dead center of my chest as soon as we started talking about this that I just noticed.
Oh. Okay.
That's automatic.
So some goblins were defeated and others were created.
No creation.
Okay.
It's discovery, not manufacture.
Fair enough.
And I would really like to play Neo 2 because everyone that I have ever seen
talks about how amazing
comes
it
away
is.
Going how it's up there with the best Souls games and it's better than them. And
that's why I'm trying to truck through that first one because one is great. It's so good.
And the overwhelming consensus is you can't go back to 1 after you do 2 because 2 is just so much better.
But here's the other thing: how much time did you spend, or are you spending, on the like crafting sub shit and the
0
glamour? No, okay, all right.
0.
Okay, because I spent a bunch of time like getting the right weapon for what I want, and getting the synergy of my armor with the spirit that I'm going out with, getting that going together, and getting crumples on enemies, and like you can dive in, you can go fucking insane.
You know how the general consensus from everyone. By the way, this is bad advice to people that are anxious about these things. When you're stressing about weapon damage and shit in a game that has a million numbers, people telling you it doesn't matter, that doesn't help. It doesn't help at all. Because your brain will fight you and go, but if it doesn't matter, why is it there? Right? It doesn't matter until New Game Plus is better. Like, genuinely. But one of the reasons that I'm so dead set about going through Neo 1 is that the one rule that for me works every time is that it doesn't matter, only clicks when I beat it. If I beat it while not knowing how to do all this stuff, it unlocks and goes, oh, it didn't matter. And then I can go and play Neo 2 like a human. like a human being.
I mean, it's sad to say that like all those things you're talking about get more aggressive as you play further, because there are entire shops and like subsystems and online integrations that you have not yet met or started.
That's fine.
But it's funny.
The inventory and the stat thing. Like chat actually explained to me that weapons use 3 stats and that the stat investment is terrible. Like stat scaling in Neo is awful compared to what I'm used to in other games. Because I was leveling strength because I'm using a big weapon, and I'm like, why isn't my weapon damage going up?
Depends on what type of weapon. Depends on what your also your scrolls unlock a bunch of buffs that you might ignore if you don't go back and pay attention to which scrolls you've opened, because you can build up a bunch of like shinobi points or onmyo point or not onmyo, whatever ghost points and weapon class specific shit, and by unlocking those you get better move lists and better combos, which then you customize your move list to be whatever you're looking for. So yeah, you can it feels like what games like Disgaea do with leveling and RPG
but for an
shit,
action game.
But for an action game, that's what it feels like. It feels like you go as deep and as hard as you want. We won't stop you.
Also, let me ask you, because this is something that like I felt and I was received, but I would like to ask your opinion. You pick up a lot of items in Neo, and they all seem like complete garbage. Like 95% of
single-use
items
consumable
seem like trash.
Mm-hmm.
Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. That's what it feels like.
Garbage.
And until I hit a wall where enemies need a specific type of weakness or a specific type of thing, I don't give a fuck about any of them. In fact, I started equipping like some of the like flaming kunai and like coating my blade in electricity and shit because I got the points to do so. You know, so I started equipping a few of those, but a bunch of the shit you're picking up, I have, and like, yeah, I don't care about this. I don't give a fuck. I care about the heals. I care about the ones that'll pick up my souls when I die, because that's great. You can go fetch them, you know, and or whatever to minimize the losses, and then like maybe like one or two other things. But I'm like, yeah, I'm just scrolling through a list I don't give a shit about. Facts. Now, I can actually take the baton and carry over some of this energy of what you're describing into something else I played briefly this week.
What's
and
that?
The sense of overwhelming, oh my god, I just don't know what to do, kind of made me just stop. But I decided, because I bought it a while ago and I just never cracked it open, to start playing Monster Hunter Rise.
Your timing on this sucks ass, by the way. It's coming to PC in like fucking 4 weeks.
That's okay. It doesn't matter.
I'm
That's
just saying.
fine. But I bought it. I bought it back then, so I mean,
I know.
It doesn't matter. Like, I already bought it.
All right.
That's
a series I can't believe I got into.
Based on everything you're describing now, right?
Yeah.
Because you know, and like in terms of just like wait, what, why, whatever, it's like because I picked up my Switch, I installed SMT5 on it, and it said, "Hey, do you want to delete Monster Hunter?" And I went, "No, I still want to play that."
I should probably play it, actually.
So then I decided to play some of that and install SMT, and the Switch was out, so I'm like checking out both. So I spent a night, you know, and I mean, I know I did this already, and I know I've like been introduced, and there was so much information dropped in the first time that like I forgot entirely. I forgot so much, and
there is so much.
I just wanted to start and go kill a monster.
Don't worry, it's not going to matter till high rank. You see? It's the same stupid shit.
I just wanted to start and go kill a monster. And the amount of front loading this game has to explain systems to you that I can't ignore because I'm gonna need to know what they are and how it works when it does matter was just so much.
Every single Monster Hunter game gets better with its tutorialization, and by now they've caught up to about 1997.
Yeah, okay, hold on.
It's bad.
I'm a little bit lost with the high rank reference there.
Oh, you do low rank,
Yeah.
and then you do high rank.
Yeah.
And in low rank, nothing matters. Your gear doesn't matter. The skills don't matter. Nothing matters. Ain't none of this matters.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, I just felt like I was hitting like the 45-minute mark, and I was not allowed to go fight a monster yet. And
well, that's weird because I was able to fight a monster within.
Okay, maybe I'm
like
exaggerating.
12 minutes.
Maybe I'm exaggerating.
But here's the difference. When I started Rise, I looked at that and go, I know, and then I knew exactly how to. Then I knew exactly how to go to the quest thing and do that. And
yeah, I didn't have that. I had to go, wait, what was this again? Wait, what was that again? Okay, you're the shop now. Okay, where's the training ground? Okay, yeah. And then what I did do, because I'm like, the whole time I'm just like, look, I forget what my move list was. I need to just go to the training lab and start picking my weapons. And I was like, okay. And then, I heard about stuff changed. So I just sat there and I just went through the different weapons on the dummy and tried to remember the move lists. And I was just like, I got to come back to this. I can't. I fucking can't with any of this right now.
So it's
riding on the doggo was
because
fun. Riding the dog was fun.
Hunter-
And I spent a lot of time coloring him. It was good.
Absolutely create that emotion in people that don't have what I have. But the game is just so extra that it, right? Right?
Oh, man.
I will tell you right now, they have made great strides in the tutorialization of Monster Hunter games compared to the quote-unquote old days. I don't think there's any argument of that. However, boy, it's still front-loaded. It's still it has this awkward balance where they want people that have been playing the game for years not to have to go through a 2-hour onboarding process.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But anyone who's not like a diehard fucking needs a 2-hour onboarding process. Like,
and the onboarding process was brutal. And even though I already went through it in World. You know?
Here's where it kind of breaks, because there's a little tiny piece of this process that you're not getting because you don't live in Japan and don't go to high school with other Japanese Monster Hunter players. And that is, the design of a Monster Hunter game is to be assumed that if you were new, I am the one who said you should get into Monster Hunter, and then we're going to hang out on Saturday and play. And any question that you have, I'll be like, oh, you do like this, or don't worry about it.
You will have a Sherpa.
Absolutely designed for Sherpa-ing / mentoring.
Okay.
It's built into the thing. Everyone that I have met in my life that got into Monster Hunter because somebody else got them into Monster Hunter. With the only exceptions being insane people who started with 1 or 2 because they're nuts.
I would assume.
I know there's an image of that person in my mind.
Yeah. I mean, also, by the time I was looking at the controls and, like, trying to remember, like, okay, D-pad switching through items, but also gestures, holding this to switch to these sets of icons, and, yeah, okay, you know, and, yeah, that, I'm sure that's nice, but unfortunately, it still is, like, I guess what I needed to do was play the demo, which I'm assuming just throws you into a fight.
The demo really just throws your ass in there.
Yeah, I guess that's what I needed to do. Because instead I was like, I'll just grab the game after, and it did. And the onboarding, like, yeah, between, you know, I mean, look, I'm going to spend some time customizing my character, so that's going to take me a minute, but I'm okay because that's voluntary. Then I'm going to look and I'm going to see that, oh, the dreads are DLC. I got to go buy them.
The irony is that, like, video tutorialization is all from people who know better is always going to be more effective than the in-game tutorialization.
I didn't even think of that. Yeah, okay.
You know what? You know what's weird, Wooly? You diving into a mechanically deep game that has poor in-game tutorialization of its relatively complex systems seems to be something that you should be very familiar with as a fighting game player.
Well, I understand and I remember, but I'm just describing, you know, this is the experience, and you know, yeah, the difference between, I guess, having someone Sherpa-ing and telling you, oh, ignore that, don't worry about that, go over here, do this, is
I mean, if I don't have my Switch version anymore, but if when the PC version comes out, you want Sherpa services, I'll gladly help you out with that for a couple streams. Or
I mean, it seems like that's how I got through the first time, because I didn't, between that and then I was playing with Soul Carl for a while, and I kind of realized, I'm like, oh, I guess I did a little bit of this on my own, and then I did it with other people, and yeah, that kind of helps to just be like, hey, you got this big greatsword move list, but don't worry about it, just do this one, keep charging it. That's all.
And the other thing is that, like, if you were, I'll tell you right now, if you were into either in private or in public doing a Monster Hunter thing, now that we would not be under the time limit of, we got 2 hours to record this.
Sure.
You would not receive manic, no, shut up, move your items over version of myself.
So the other thing is, like, and this is kind of, I guess, the core of, like, I'm actually remembering, I'm like, the reason why I actually went like, oh, I want to boot this up and play it, right? And it was never answered at any point. I wanted to figure out, how do I make my pupper into Okami? And it's a simple question. I know that there was a promotion.
Visually?
Yeah. I know there was a promotion where the skin could make your dog into Okami. And I was like, cool. I want to do that. That was a cool thing. Okay. Looking at the DLC list, nothing on that list was anything relating to Okami, of all 5 packs or of the extra shit on its own or whatever. So I'm like, okay. Then I'm assuming it's going to be inside as one of the quests in the way that the Dante stuff was as one of the optional things. But for the life of me, I had no idea where to even begin looking for that.
So
I was hoping it would be made obvious in some way.
This is not. So I don't know the answer to this, but I'll tell you how it works with everything else. You download all existing event quests. So your event quest ticker fills up with all the DLC things, all the Mega Man ones, all the whatever, right? Then you probably get to high rank, which is beat the game and hit credits, and then start the real game. And then at the multiplayer board, the Okami quest will be available as an event quest.
Didn't Dante and Ryu show up even if you weren't in high rank?
Dante did. Sorry, Ryu did.
I remember like that was like a just go accept that quest over there.
Oh, Okami's low rank. Oh, there you go. You don't have to get to high rank.
Okay. But I just didn't even know where to look or where to find. Can something somewhere?
The answer is. So
it's the most hidden crossover promotion I've ever seen, because nothing in the DLC list or the title screen or anything.
I know what the problem is.
There was a crossover with.
I know what the problem is.
What's up?
Because Rise goes back. So in Monster Hunter World, what they did was you had the issue with co-op where they wanted you to do the big story, and then there was the cutscene, and then your friends couldn't join you until you'd seen the cutscene. So you would do the mission and see the cutscene, and then back out and then do the mission again with your friend. Do you remember all that nonsense?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That was the way they did it, because multiplayer quests and solo quests were the same. They have decided with Rise, and hopefully for all future games, now we're not going to do that. We're going to do that the old way. The old way was the best way. And so you have a complete hard division between your single player quests and your multiplayer quests.
Mm-hmm.
And some of those event quests are your single player quests. And of those event quests. So you might have been looking for it at the wrong mission board.
Well, no, it was still in the onboarding process, essentially. So it's fine. Like I get it. It's on the quest board. It's called the Rising Sun. Gotcha. Thank you for the But it's it was still in the middle of the onboarding process. You couldn't still do everything, and it was just I was like, oh, like will it be on the title screen as a part of the "this is now available" message, and that it didn't pop up there. And then I was like, oh, maybe it'll be in the list of like DLC items, and then it wasn't in there. So I was like, oh, okay. So it's probably going to be like the Dante thing in the alt tab on the that's what I assume. But
do every single quest in the game in order, and you'll eventually find it.
You will. Yeah. Haven't had that hit in a minute, and I was like, dear God, like it's just running around with a big weapon and swinging it on a monster is lots of fun.
It's a shame because Rise is like way more up your alley. It's like way more of an action game than the prior.
So it seems with the zipping around and zapping and zooping, the aerial play, for sure. It's the onboarding and remembering all of that. And then I was looking at the inventory, and then I was like, oh my God, wasn't there a way to save a loadout that I had to then load in after each mission? And then I just kind of started to like, I'm like, no. You go to your box and you go to your box and you do your item. And then I met a person who was talking about plants, and I was like, oh my God, there was a plant person for picking the right plants to. Like, okay. All right,
we're not even talking about making the super cat or the super dog.
And then the meals, and then and then I did grab the charge blade, and I'm like, oh, right, yes, okay. Then you put the shield in the sword, and then you lock it in, and then you hold R, and then you get your amplified discharge and amped the ceaseless discharge. And then,
I
and
forgot
all
what they
that.
added to. I
Yeah.
forgot what they added to it in Rise, but they added something to the sword mode, but I forget what it was.
Oh, it was so many. It's so many. But listen,
You're getting all messed up about this, and you just instantly gravitate towards by far the most complicated weapon the game has available.
no, I went back to the 3 that I actually fucked with. Like, that's the thing. Because that was because it was the coolest, and I like the cool thing. So I'm
That's
this one. And then I grabbed the lance because I like the run, and then the stab up is cool.
Yeah.
And then I was checking out the gun lance because you could point straight up and
it's
shoot
good
bullets.
in this one. It's good. This one's good. You can fly with it.
And then great
One of the
sword
moves lets
doing
you fly.
stuff. Yeah. And listen, I understand that if you're out there and you've been playing Monster Hunter for years, you're laughing at this because all of that knowledge is default inside your brain.
No, I'm telling you now, no one who plays Monster Hunter laughs at new players who are getting confused because it is a universal experience. It is a fucking confusing game.
Okay. Well, one guyism in effect.
And it used to be, man, back in fucking 2, they didn't even give you one of every weapon. They didn't even give you armor, man. You had to start with bullshit. You had to you wanted to switch to greatsword from sword and shield, you had to fucking go get the rocks to make one. And your pickaxes broke.
Because about halfway through, I'm like, I want these princesses to leave me alone. I just want to go and swing.
They only got the 4 fingers, man.
Did they? I didn't notice.
Yeah, because they're Wyverians.
Okay, well, anyway. Also, I think a card of an NPC showed up in Teppen, and he looked kind of cool. He looked like, I don't remember his name, but he looked kind of like Vaughn from Escaflowne in the movie.
Boy, that's just... Okay.
He had blue hair.
That could be a lot of people.
Damn. Okay. Well, he had blue hair, and he had, like, armor. And I was like, oh, that guy looks pretty cool. Utsushi? Could that be it? Let me see.
I don't.
Let me Google that.
Was it the guy who teaches you new moves to start?
Hold on a second. Was it this guy? No, I don't think it was him. He looks like a ninja, this Utsushi guy. Yeah, the guy that teaches you the moves. No, it wasn't him. But it was someone else. Anyway, whatever. I don't know. I saw a card and I was like, oh, that's a cool looking character. It might have been what would you call it? It might have been a player character like mock-up, because they did a couple of those, admittedly. Like, oh, here is a hunter in the Kirin armor that we've given a name, type of thing.
Stop the fucking presses, everybody. Wooly, do I have an opportunity for you? Do you love fighting games?
No.
Do you love Riot?
No.
Do you love brands?
Sure don't.
Well, god damn it. Project L is hiring, motherfucker. There's more positions opening on the team, such as Director of Brand Management.
Wow.
You want to get out there and direct that brand?
Ooh. Fight back the laser crab. Yeah, okay.
It took me a second. Can you defeat the laser crab?
Apply and find out. Welp, as somebody that can't tell the difference between Vi and Jinx,
you're perfect.
Sure. Also, the specification on the ad read to to spell it correctly and not to say it correctly and not fuck up the names like Heimerdinger and Roon Terra. You know.
Oh, dude, I play those fucking games. I don't know what the fuck their names are.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Anyways, whatever. That's the energy. Is just I was defeated mentally and overwhelmed by the onboarding process of Monster Hunter Rise, and maybe I'll take another crack. But for now, I was like, here's the other thing. I was like, fuck this. I'm going to play SMT5.
Yeah.
And then I just never looked back, you know?
100%. Yeah, easy.
Yeah. So.
All right.
I guess quick.
Yeah, let's take a quick break. I gotta do a piss, man. I gotta piss out my balls.
Okay, I had three other things. That's like two. Quick
You got more? Okay, let's get that done then.
Okay, well, just a real quick is KOF 15 demo. The free demo was put out. It had.
How's
it had
the netcode? But it's using GGPO. I actually have not heard about this. What is the actual?
We had problems with every match.
Oh, cool. Sick.
Now,
glad to see that murder money doing its work.
Network test is a network test. One would hope. One would hope, you know, that this is how you've learned that it's having problems, but it's having problems. It's basically looking like it's the same issues that Street Fighter V had. I don't know if it's a one-sided rollback situation, but of all the matches we played, we were either getting like some pretty rough hiccups and stuttering, which looked like one-sided rollback, or we were getting a smooth match, but the sound was fucked up and kept cutting off and disappearing.
Oh man, that's great. Yeah, that's KOF right there.
And it's one-sided rollback, then that would explain it. Yeah, there you go. It felt rough.
Good.
Every single match had one of those two issues. So, yikes on that. Whatchamacallit, new character Dolores is she's great. She's awesome. Love that design. Very, very cool.
Good Seinfeld joke.
And I didn't even know what that move list was going to be, but she's a mud zoner, so I guess that's what we do. We mud zone in. She uses mud as her stand, and she can teleport and she can hit you from full screen. So whatever. But she's very like just one of the best new character designs in years. I think I like that they got going there. In direct contrast to Shun-A, who is the new protagonist, whose
I hate that dude.
His fit is so whack. His color is his shit. It doesn't match. I can get behind.
That dude is the epitome of like his shirt whack, his shoes whack, the way he doesn't like to smile whack.
Yeah, like I have my slight criticism on Dolores is like I don't like the cut of the shirt, but when it comes to Shun-A, it's like God. The energy is just it's what Sasuke thinks he is.
Oh my
cool
God.
Guy energy.
Oh
you know?
my God.
I have no
so good.
Like
at some point.
That's how it feels. And you know that like headphones don't automatically mean like whack character design, because there's headphones out there that work. I think World Ends With You, you know, Neku.
Yeah, Neku's good. Yeah.
Works. Scalebound Kid, no problems with that. You know, headphones can be fine. P3 protagonist, Minato Arisato, fine, no problems there. When you get this going here, and then you're looking at the little belt loop and the glove, and I like a tie. I don't mind a tie on a character, but just the overall energy is just this like, just trying so hard to be like catch 'em all protagonist kid, and all I can say is like, look at the cover of Virtua Quest and the protagonist of the Virtua Fighter Quest game. That kind of like, you know, protagonist energy is just all over him, and
dude looks more at home at a Beyblade tournament than the King of Fighters.
Exactly. Also, it doesn't help that his actual abilities and powers are one big edge blue hand and one big burning fire hand.
Yeah.
You know? And they're like float stands. And it's like, okay, like K-Dash, Kyo, Ash, all these characters, all the protagonists we had, even fucking Soiree Mera and Albo Mera, they just had their powers and they did their things and they swung at you. And in this case, we got floating stand hands, but that's also a Beyblade protagonist kind of energy. You know,
this dude is the third main character in a Kamen Rider show that you don't like that much. The third one, the main guy, the sidekick,
okay,
and the first weird one
with a different theme going. Like, yeah, could be. I'm just stuck on Super Robot Wars original generation, like kids with a hat and a fucking shoulder pad and one glove of a different color, you know, and one pant leg is rolled up and the other one's low, but the big bright costume is the most notable thing about your personality because your clothes is all you got going for you, you know? Mm-hmm. Anyways, otherwise offline, you know, it felt fine, but there's a couple things where like there's like KO moments where like Yashiro like lands a big hit or something, and the camera just kind of like slows, the effects slow down, and you see he's doing a big uppercut, but his face is just dead faced. You know, there's a couple moments of like dead faced characters, unfortunately. I don't know, we'll see, but otherwise I was like, yeah, no, there's cool stuff, feels good. And you know, you got your Max system is back, and Kyo and Iori are able to, you know, do a lot of the stuff that they could do, although they took some stuff away. And I'm sure you can go check Buttons on Twitter for some of the more elaborate breakdowns on what's happening subsystem wise. But for the most part, I was like, I was satisfied with what I felt there. I just don't enjoy this torch pass. I'd much rather we go back and get Albumeira up on top billing. Anyway, that's that. And then went back to Dive Kick, played it. I don't know if you knew this, but the Nidhogg guy is in Dive Kick. The Nidhogg fencer was the last character in Dive Kick. And you can grab the sword and throw it, or you can roll and tumble and like throw it in the air, and it's kind of insane as a character. And like, he's really strong because he has a pretty good default speed and dive kick, but when you get his kick factor up to the maximum, the screen locks in place, and then you have to get to the end of the screen and you win.
Oh man, that's awesome.
So it becomes a get the dick moment of like bypass the enemy like you do on the final screen of Nidhogg.
You gotta get that dick.
So good. Really, really awesome. Fun going back to...
excellent.
Fun going back to Nidhogg. Nidhogg won. Fun going back
definitely
to...
Nidhogg won, man. That's the only... There's no... Wait, you mean Nidhogg, right?
Nidhogg,
why are we saying Nidhogg won?
Nidhogg.
What
Nidhogg.
are we talking about Nidhogg won? There's no Nidhogg 2.
Talking about Nidhogg.
What a stupid thing that I would say.
Yeah.
Nidhogg won. Like, there's a Nidhogg 2. That didn't happen.
Also, like, the Baz has been not massacred, but he's not the same. He's rough now. The default attack is the swing, and now the zip zap.
Yeah, I don't like it.
It's rough.
I like the zip zap.
It's like, yeah. It's rough to play with him now, but he's there. But anyway, him and Johnny Gat and all that. It's fun. It's fun. Dive Kick was an era. All the jokes are just like fucking Marn, No You Cannot, Markman, and S-Kill, and just all this FGC stuff where I'm like, oh my god, I forgot about this time and place in history. You know,
it was a weird time and a weird place.
But if you want to go back to all of that, like it'll rewind you to 2009. You know, so shout outs to Dive Kick, still fun. Reggie was a secret beast. Yeah, well, he played a lot of it, and then he lied about how much he played when we talked about it.
What an asshole! Yeah, I played it a little.
Yeah, literally, that's what he said. Yeah. He's like, but I didn't play the new characters, but I played a little. And then it's like, oh, you like, wait, what happened? He's like, oh yeah, no, I won a tournament when it first came out, and I played a lot. So, fuck that guy. Anyways, you can check out all that stuff. We got Nidhogg in Dive Kick coming up on Multiversus, as well as the exciting conclusion of Battle Construction Vehicles, the full LP. All 4 parts now available. Please enjoy. They're quite the trip, and I've seen the memes already flying. It just goes places. It's worth your time. Do stop in if you've got a moment and see what's happening with BCV. As well as Dokapon and Dark Souls continuing over on Multiversus. Come on, stop on by for a good time. Reggie's doing it. I'm proud of him, and yeah, we've hit the Honor Orlando. And,
Oh yeah.
Fucking nothing really gets that moment. You know,
Oh,
Irithyll is
so
the
good.
only other thing that comes close,
Even though it's the same thing. I was right.
but it's the best.
All right, let's take a quick break.
Go pee.
I'm gonna go pee.
Alrighty. I see Quick Draw Peach McGraw has gotten the reaction images.
Oh, yeah. No. Oh, 100%. We were just talking about that when we were muted just now.
Shit.
She just came home with the dog. She
Like,
absolutely
instantly.
got all 5 stages of grief on your face.
That was fast. That was some fucking judgment cut.
Oh, it
Can't
was
see the
literally
speed
it was literally
of the sword.
live as they occurred. Screenshots were occurring.
That's fast. Good job.
You have an extraordinarily emotive face, Wooly.
Oh God.
Hey, you stop that.
We got some sponsors this week.
We sure do. Boy, I love our sponsors unconditionally. Especially this one.
Raycon.
Oh, I love you, Raycon. Wires are bad.
Yeah.
Don't hang yourself with wires. Get wireless earbuds. They're good.
Wireless AirPods. They're great. Great gift
That's
for the holidays. Look,
ear pudding, you say?
ear. That's bad. That's not what I said.
You mean earbuds?
Earbuds. Listen, right over there, right off camera. You can't see it, but that's Punch Mom, who can't hear me right now because she's got them Raycons on, and
So you could say any old shit.
I can say whatever.
You shouldn't, though. That's a bad idea.
I was about to.
It'll come back on you real bad.
I was about to, and I just fucking I step canceled it. Like that old.
Do that.
Anyway, not in the middle of us letting you know that the Raycon wireless earbuds are the way for you to get the perfect gift this holiday season that's upon us, right? You want to give not just you, but your loved ones and your friends the gift of comfortable, noise-isolating fit, hours of quality listening, and you don't have to spend premium earbud prices because Raycons start at half the price of some of that stuff, but you're still getting the same quality and battery life. 8 hours of playtime at a 32-hour battery life, built-in microphone so you can take calls at the press of a button. You know, it's just the convenience. And once you get the wires out of your life and out of their lives, you will never look back. The next time you have to tuck a wire into a corner of your pockets or your shoulder, you're going to be like, ugh, you know?
Oh, what am I doing? What are we doing?
Why are we doing? So, you know, get that out of your life. Go to raycon.com/superbeast today to unlock exclusive deals up to 20% off your Raycon order. Yeah, hurry up because this is available for a limited time only. Don't want to miss it. That's buyraycon.com/superbeast to unlock 20% off your Raycons. BUYRAYCON.com/superbeast. Thanks, Raycon.
Love you, Raycon.
This week as well, the podcast is brought to you by the exceptional quality of Damascus steel.
Wooly, I want you to contact the ad people, and I want a trial something. If they have a box cutter line, I need it. I need it so bad.
You can have this. It's a cool thing. Or we can do that. What you got over here in particular? You like cutties?
You know I do, Wooly.
You like cutties?
There's a thread on the subreddit about which of us is weirder, me carrying box cutters or you carrying a lighter.
Well, I don't do that anymore, but I did.
Yeah, me either, because I don't leave my house.
Yeah, but I didn't just have a lighter for the sake of playing with it. It was also if someone was like, hey, you know,
want to burn this building down.
Or
you'd be like, yeah, bro, got it.
If someone was like, hey, do you need a light? Or do you got a light? I'd be like, yeah, I do. Here you go.
Me, I carried box cutters for one simple reason. I had to cut boxes. And that thing looks sick as hell for cutting boxes.
It's a good.
Tell me more about it.
I will tell you more about it. You can get yourself all kinds of great quality things, including this, which is a blade of Damascus steel when you hit up the Box of Awesome, because Bespoke Post is our sponsor for the...
I thought the Damascus steel was a fake video game material.
No, it is a real technique that you can use that came from the Syria many years ago that was lost to time until it was rediscovered. And it is a sharpened edge that's sharper than most, that stays more sharp and more resilient in a lot of ways. You know, it's like the folding of the samurai swords, except it's not. And it's pretty to look at because it has... It's pretty to look at because it's got the funky pattern on it that looks almost like a wood oak kind of thing going on, you know? It's dope. But in particular, this is one of the things that you can get with like the Blade of Awesome, the Box of Awesome, excuse me. Because Bespoke Post has got their seasonal lineup with the Box of Awesome collections. They partner up with a couple of small businesses and some emerging brands to get you some goods of the flavors that you enjoy every month, no matter what you're into. So if you like craft beers, cozy threads, camping gear essentials, or Damascus steel,
I love all those things.
Box of Awesome has you covered. All you got to do is check out the quiz they've got. And you can put your answers in, and they'll figure out what the right flavor of box is for you. There's new boxes every month with tons of different categories, but whatever is your specific tastes can be catered to. Free to sign up. You can skip a month or cancel anytime, and you're getting over $70 worth of gear inside each box, which is only $45. Plus, each Box of Awesome supports small businesses. 90% of everything that comes in your Box of Awesome is from a small up-and-coming brand. And in particular, one of the ones they had, I talked about the hammock and some of the cool stuff, and in this case, you got yourself high carbon drop point blade design, balanced hardwood handle. I like this thing. This feels like it can do a good cut if need be, and I like knowing that forgotten techniques of the ancient old world exist again. And you can get one in a Box of Awesome.
Who knows what could come in your next box? Maybe next week they'll give you a piece of Roman concrete.
I mean, I could use a paperweight.
I would flip my shit for a Roman concrete paperweight.
Get 20% off your monthly box when you sign up at boxofawesome.com and enter code SUPERBEAST at checkout. That's boxofawesome.com, promo code SUPERBEAST.
Thanks, Box Awesome. I love you.
Thank you. And, oh yeah, Greek fire. Yeah, sure. It's like, it seems like the delivery person has incinerated, but the husk of their bones outside were supposed to be a package delivered to your house. Could you sign here?
I just have the idea of like a cool box with like a skeleton thumbs up next to it.
This week, last but not least, the podcast is sponsored by Calm. After all that excitement, when you want to get calm, Calm is we've talked about it before. There you go.
Could have used some of that after Neo, and you could have used some of that after Monster Hunter.
I sure could. Because, you know, there's more than just... everyone talks about mental fitness. Everyone talks about physical fitness. But if you're looking to get sleep or meditation on point, then Calm is the app that can help you with that. With a number of features that, of course... lest we forget that King James himself uses to get the sleep and meditation to become a super athlete, to be a champion. That's LeBron James, in case it wasn't clear, you know. You got to get
I thought you were talking about King James of the Bible.
Nope, we're talking about LeBron of the Space Jam. LeBron and Calm.
The modern Bible.
Yes, indeed. Working together. But Calm basically, it's an app that helps you with better sleep, stress reduction, and things like that. They've got a number of different things you can listen to, whether it is just the sounds of rain or leaves or bedtime sounds. There's also bedtime stories, which are stories specifically meant to kind of like put you to sleep. So you're meant to doze off to the sounds of someone's dulcet tones.
Listen, if you've spent your long day taking care of the house, helping out, handling crazy animals, and eating raw spoonfuls of sugar, you might need this to help you calm down to fall asleep.
Raw spoonfuls of sugar will fuck you up. So
yeah, well, you have to be a crazy person to eat a raw spoonful of sugar.
That's pretty nuts. That being said, unlike this podcast, which wakes you right up, you can listen to bedtime sleep stories if you're used to the sounds of, perhaps like your parents back in the day might read you a bedtime story and then you doze off. It's kind of like that, to help you get the rest you need. So check it out. If you head to calm.com/superbeast, for a limited time, you can get 40% off a Calm premium subscription. Again, that is calm.com/superbeast.
Oh, man.
Calm.com/superbeast. And you can join LeBron and get Calm and use and get up to 40% discount on your Calm premium subscription. Unlock content to help you focus, ease stress, and sleep better. Thanks, Calm.
Thanks, Calm. I love you.
Okay. That
was a long preamble.
It was a long preamble, but that's okay.
Hey.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I was just gonna yell out something, but yeah, I'll just let you.
No. I just wanted to give a shout out to you pimped the channel last time, but I want to double pimp it because of the relevance of Zuli the Witch.
Oh, you've been watching her stuff?
So it showed up organically in my life, even outside of that, because I opened up a little page to check it out, and then but before I even had a chance to, I got linked to a video because I was trying to teach Reggie. We're talking about how grab mechanics work in Souls, and we got a link from German Spy, which is, here's a video showing you the grab HP of everything in Dark Souls, all the escapables.
Yeah, is that crazy?
And if you mash L1 or R1 up to 25 times, you can escape from a grab. And Zuli the Witch has a video which mods in the humanity meter to being a grab HP meter and shows you that. And I was like, whoa,
that's great, super
cool. And then I also got linked to a video which was Dark Lurker is unironically a JoJo reference.
Yep. It's supposed to be Agadine's stand.
It's fucking crazy. So
that's why Agadine has a permanent stance where he stands with his arms
hands
folded.
crossed. Yeah. It's just like the Dark Lurker, So it's like, no, for real though. Actual possible JoJo reference in here. It's the name referenced in the code.
That means Pontiff with his after image. Like, we were like, haha, it's a stand. Like, no. It's a stand.
And you can possibly check the code to see the Japanese reference name to see what they called it, That's a lot of fun. So, shout outs to Zuli the Witch. That's a great channel for fun behind the scenes Dark Soul information. And it's just, again, it's whether like it or not, I'm like, oh yeah, this is a great video on this subject, and now I have no questions about how grabbing works in Souls, or which grabs do work and which ones don't. They even had a thing where it's you used to be able to escape from Calameet's debuff, but eventually that was taken out. Mm-hmm. Man, those games are I guess it's just I don't often play games that end up being so utterly deconstructed that people can do anything they
wild.
want with them.
The
Skyrim, obviously, Fallout, you know, but the Souls games are deconstructed to a level that, like, I don't even know.
Well, they're also built really weird. Like, they're not built like a normal video game. Like, the absolute holy grail of I can't believe it works like this is when the Dark Souls 1 debug version got out somehow, and it turns out that literally every enemy of the game is a modified player entity that has controls assigned to it.
Yes.
Like, how the fuck is that how you design the way your goddamn enemies work? That's the craziest fucking thing ever.
If we want to do some fun shit later on, which sent me down that. So I went up and I looked up the Gale versus Koss fight.
Yeah, isn't that nuts?
And then I went and started watching, like, Maria versus Koss, and then I'm like, now we're watching the Gale playthrough, you know?
Did you see the one? I'm not sure who did it, but it's like, I turned every enemy in Dark Souls 1 into Gwyn.
Jesus Christ, no. I mean, that amazing video just came out of, like, the Halo guns, right? Like, for real.
Yeah.
And parryable and repostable taunts was pretty incredible. And then there was one, it was like, basically turning, when you run into Havel in 3, turning that encounter into a boss fight where Havel is actually reskinned as the dragon armor, the dragon slayer armor.
Dude, it's did you ever see the Dark Souls 3 JoJo mod?
Oh, that was also by Zuli, right?
Yeah, that was also by
yeah,
Zuli.
Yeah.
And it's like a full game mod on creating a stand character.
No, it's clearly at the point where it's like, okay, this is so thoroughly moddable that someone can and probably will just make their own game. And if they don't, then it'll become like a MOBA style spin-off into its own thing. Because we're looking at the Team Fortress or the Counter-Strike or the League of Legends of Dark Souls now, where we're just like, you can make your own product here with their system.
Even on the micro scale, I can only imagine that the people behind Cinders and Zuli and Illusory Wall and everybody that's made these fucking goofy edits is sitting there salivating at Elden Ring. All you need to do to that game to make it like a persistent forever stream game, like the way people do Metroid and shit, is get a functional randomizer in there.
Right.
Like, just that. And then on top of all the, like, it's going to be a couple months and you're going to see people dropping Dark Souls enemies just dropping them in. And be like, yeah, we've repopulated the map with every enemy that's ever been in a Souls game and all the Bloodborne bosses. They're just in there. They're just wandering around.
A smart chalice dungeon that was like more roguelike inspired, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I had a weird dream the other day where I told Roger about this, but like I had a dream where I was playing a version of Dark Souls where every time you died, you switched to the next game. So first death in 1, and then you switch to DS2. And then you die in that, then 3, and then Bloodborne, and like it was a rotational system. And I was like, that's fucking nuts. And if that doesn't exist, that might be a fun stream idea someday.
Have you ever seen the randomized Link to the Past Metroid hack?
Maybe, I don't remember.
So it is Link to the Past randomized, in which when you enter buildings, it enters you into Super Metroid randomized. And your inventory carries over between the two.
Oh my god.
And you're having to fucking use items that you got out of fucking the Super Metroid levels to unlock parts of the Link to the Past map to get stuff to do the Metroid.
That's
crazy.
That's crazy.
It is the absolute most bonkers shit
I think
I've ever
I have
seen in my
seen
life.
it. It's ringing a bell. I think I have seen it, but that sounds nuts. Yeah, I was like, in my brain, it was just so weird. Like, there was just this swapping version of the game, and getting stuck on a boss was awful because you had to learn that pattern and then switch to the next game and learn the other pattern. And having different builds and shit was insane. Like, it was so weird. And other stuff was happening, but whatever. Anyways. Oh, my God. Before I forget. Jesus. A lot happened this week. It's one of those weeks.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those big weeks, which is wild because it's like the third week of fucking November. Like, when the fuck shit happened then?
On the way to Anne Orlando, one must first go through Sen's Fortress, and waiting at the top is a boss, but also the man himself, Black Iron Tarkus.
Tarkus.
But what if Tarkus was replaced by Farkus?
What?
Because first of all, first time around, I set it up. I'm like, all right, Reggie, here it is. Call your boy in, sit back and watch, and he fucking got glitched out on a shit piece of side tile, and he couldn't move.
Oh.
Right? So then that whole thing was worthless, and I'm like, oh no, Tarkus, you failed. That sucks. Right? And then he started fighting him, and then Reggie died to the golem. So then I'm like, okay, perfect. Take 2. So we go in, and you summon Tarkus, but hold on a minute. Why is that summon sign a little close? Why are there 2? And we summon in Iron Tarkus, and it appears, and he's glowing white.
Right.
And I'm like, okay. All right. Let's move. And then I'm like, sprint across that bridge and turn around and see what happens. And Tarkus follows, but he doesn't follow in a very AI-like way.
Right.
And then we get to the door, and then he kind of moves a little. And then I'm like, now go back over. And then he goes over, but then he doesn't follow tightly. And I'm like, this is a motherfucker that's faking.
It was a player.
It was a player.
Yeah.
It was fucking Black Iron Farkus. And he was a player, you know. And then I had the watchdog on, so I just pressed F1 and I kicked him out of the game. But like,
so that
motherfuckers can masquerade and name themselves and look exactly like real NPCs.
So that reminds me. Illusory Wall put up a video about Elden Ring, about a feature that's of particular note to us. You might have remembered stuff like Return to Lordran or Return to Drangleic and stuff like that, the community events behind the Souls games, where people use the password system. Yes. Be like, hey, we're all going to use the password system. The password system for that purpose doesn't really work very well. And like, because you start getting less matches than the people that aren't using the password. And it's only really good for small groups. Elden Ring is going to be doing something that's of much grander use to us, which is, let's say we put in the password during our streams or whatever the fuck of Elden Ring. That's the Castle Super Beast password. Anybody that puts their summon sign down with the same password as us, we're going to get all possible links, but people that have the right one will have a little circle around their summon sign to tell you this is one of the people that is actually trying to get in.
Awesome. Okay. You still connect with others, but these ones are displayed with a
These are the
signifier.
special ones. These are your pals.
What a brilliant move. Good shit. That's exactly what we need. Because you don't want to like have to create like a private specific group. You want somewhat of a normal online experience, but you don't want it to be ruined. And yeah, okay, that's good.
Yeah,
nice. Okay. Anyway, yeah, fucking Farkus adventures. All right, let's actually get to some stories going on here.
Hey, heads up! Your favorite CEO that's allegedly a pedophile is also allegedly a murder threatener.
So what happened here? Because
Kotick is personally responsible for all sorts of abusive bullshit over the years at Activision Blizzard, including threatening to have an employee killed. And despite personally announcing the zero tolerance policy at Activision Blizzard for sexual misconduct, sexual harassment, or otherwise managerial abuse, it won't apply to him because there's no proof of this shit because it was 10 years ago. So everybody shut up. And people are organizing like there's a petition for a total walkout. Like, I'm going to quit if Kotick stays. that the last I checked was up to like 2,000 people, and that's like 25% of the entire company.
So there's a multi-part story here to this, of which I will actually say that, like, I have to give credit to this is left field, but Min, because at one point, because as you know in Dokapon, you beat somebody, you can take their weapons, items, money, whatever you're doing, and at one point, Min beat Reggie, and he changed his name to Bobby Kotick.
Oh my god.
And it was the worst mental damage we have ever seen in the history of Dokapon. Like, I can't believe
That's so fucking filthy. Oh
unbelievable.
My God.
What, like, people say I'm an asshole. Fuck. It was wild. It was wild. Shit's getting crazy over there. But anyway, multi-part story, of course. Bobby Kotick has been, a fucking shitheel CEO for years. And, every time you kind of hear shit about him, it's like not new or surprising. There's been an entrenched buildup where over the course of pretty much the last, 30 years or so?
Less than that, but a while.
It feels like forever. But, like, he's basically gotten in his crew of people around him as the board of directors, and they're the ones that decide on everything.
And they're deep. They're deep in there. Like, they're not going anywhere.
It's beyond deep. It's like he literally got them, like, they're his protection. They're his armor, right? They're only there because he handpicked his boys, and also, like, they've also gotten gangbusters rich off of him as well. Yes, so it's like he's true, entrenched and built this throne. So that explains why when over 1,500 Activision Blizzard employees sign a petition calling for him to leave, none of that actually has weight because it's just down to the 10 people who are the ones that'll decide. Of course, there's an amount of pressure you would assume that will eventually cause the situation to crack. But for the first couple days, there was nothing going on. It seems like you can't forcibly remove him, and no matter how many people, like, that's like on over. You're saying close to 2,000 now. It's insane.
It's 1,800 right now. And like, the entire company is 9,200 people, 90 something. It's like 9,000, 10,000 people.
And so it is 30. It is 30 years, by the way. He's been there for 30 years. Wow. And for the longest while, it's been a situation where it's like, okay, so he's known about bad things. He's known about harassment, sexual misconduct, all kinds of allegations and stuff over the years. And then it's like, also he's been a part of these stories, and also he's been a part of the cover-ups of these stories. And
he's also been specifically named as a guy who would explicitly make the problems go away for sex abusers or abusive people in power, managers, etc. There was an old story where, like, he was so incensed that a flight attendant was sexually harassed by a pilot on his private plane that he engaged in a multi-year, multi-million-dollar lawsuit specifically just to get her fired. Like, dude's a psycho.
And it's been always clear with, like, the practices in terms of just, like, game management, legal shit, buying IPs, like weird Guitar Hero Rock Band stuff. You already kind of knew, but like, yeah, and then as well as the Call of Duty shit back in 2010. Like, it's been known, but like ever since back then, like he kind of basically knew that like he would need to be insulated against all kinds of board of director pressures and things like that, and completely reshape the entire decision-making body to be his cronies,
Yeah.
So, right, all of that reported on tons of places here, and there's a big like Schreier write-up as well. But he did reply eventually with a statement saying that he will consider quitting if he cannot fix the company culture. That's fucking insane coming from someone.
He was wearing a hot dog suit at the time.
What's that from?
I don't know, but it's a guy in a
I
hot
don't know
dog
what the source
suit
on that picture
crashes
is.
like a hot dog car into a building, and they're all like, "What the fuck?" And he's like, "We're all trying to find out who did this." As a fucking room of people are just staring at him.
Like I'm curious what the source is on that, but anyway, yeah, it's kind of fucking insane to hear him go like, "All right, well, you know, I'm considering it. If I think you should leave." I've been meaning to watch that. I hear it's pretty funny. Okay, anyway, considering leaving the company when you had literally 30 years in charge where you could make all of these things happen, but instead you exacerbated these problems. I mean, it's one of them.
I only found out about it.
I just found out,
like 3 weeks ago.
No. I mean,
also, I investigated myself and found out that I didn't do anything wrong.
Like, all the memes of him being painted as the devil and all that shit is like, he's one of the...
Do you remember the article in which he described how much it upset him that he would always get,
of course, yes,
girls
it made it hard to go on dates.
Online,
yes,
girls that would meet him, that would look on, that he would go on a date with, would look him up online and see that he was a devil. And the part that they must have cut from that interview is that they were worried that their teachers would see them hanging out with the devil and not give them a good grade 8 report.
Wonderful. There you go. Yeah, that's why.
That was why.
That's why. Poster boy scumfuck CEO of a video game company whose name was literally in Epstein's black book. It's every fucking awful thing you can possibly imagine that we know about, much less what we don't. But that's the reply to close to 2,000 employees is, I'll consider it if we can't address the company culture, fix the culture problems. And
do you know why he actually said that?
Because you can't claim ownership of a problem without being legally responsible in America?
No, the reason why he actually...
The buck stops here is a legally binding statement.
The reason why he actually mentions possibly leaving is that Activision is actually getting way more flack than usual for this kind of scumbag behavior.
Interesting.
In that we had Phil Spencer, Jim Ryan, and now Doug Bowser at Nintendo literally 10 minutes ago releasing statements or emails saying that they are all seriously reconsidering their relationship with Activision over this stuff. They are all tugging their collars.
Okay.
And going, I don't know about this shit, man.
So this time, as opposed to the last 8, the water pressure on the dam is a little too much.
It's a lot.
Interesting.
That's why you're getting a statement at all, right?
Because
I gotta fix it.
We've watched
instead of just shut
the
up.
Fucking exactly. Like, we've watched the fucking armor layers, the Wall Maria Rose fucking risen up around him for years now, where it's like it's been every single controversy has just been like, yeah, just tank it. Doesn't matter. Say nothing. Tank it. Everyone hates it. Activision, but whatever. We continue.
Now I want to give a little golf clap here to Phil Spencer, Jim Ryan, and Doug Bowser for condemning Bobby Kotick and Activision and giving a little veiled threat to the company right after the only game they're releasing for the 6-month period in both fiscal quarters came out and did 80% of its lifetime sales, and they're not actually putting anything out until like 2 quarters from now. It's really good that they waited till Call of Duty made its money to make these statements.
Nothing actively going to be fucked up by the process.
Nothing going to be actually damaged by this kind of thing.
All right, that calendar. Good shit.
Literally looking at the fiscal calendar.
Looking at the fiscal quarter.
And frown now.
Oh, man. But to be perfectly honest, I think, we've watched him survive everything and anything. I'm kind of shocked that it feels as if it's different this time. I'm really honestly kind of shocked.
I can't remember ever seeing Nintendo weigh in on scumbag CEOs from other companies.
Ever.
That's weird.
Yeah. That and like I didn't see that update that you just dropped because it just happened.
That's literally scrolled past that on Twitter 5 minutes ago.
That is a huge difference then if you're seeing it coming from other people in the industry and other professionals and other hardware manufacturers especially. That's massive. Now what happens if he says fuck you anyway, sticks around, takes all the bad will, and then the next game gets lined up on the calendar? Do we see the walk back, or do we see the, well, I said I was considering, and who knows what that means, right? But anyway.
I don't know. As per an email given to Fanbyte, Nintendo President Doug Bowser addressed the Activision Blizzard harassment reports last week in an internal email, which references actions taken with more options on the table. So this is not even a public statement. This is an internal statement.
To be perfectly honest, realistically, if it gets to the point where it is very obvious that him being there fucks with the money, the shareholders will not accept him still being there. Right? That's what it comes down to. Is like, he's been there for 30 years, he's made them their money, and if it ever becomes a problem of goodwill overthrowing the amount that they can make on a quarter, then they will absolutely, the wolves will turn on him on that, in that regard, because it's fucking with the money, which is the only reason why we're riding with you to begin with.
The Nintendo thing is actually fairly interesting compared to the others. The others were Phil and Jim just talking to, people. This is internal, sent on Friday. Email went out to every level of Nintendo America, including internal development houses like Retro and newly acquired Next Level. Quote, along with all of you have been following the latest developments at Activision. Reports of sexual harassment, toxicity. I find these accounts distressing and disturbing. They run counter to my values and Nintendo's. Goes on to explain that Nintendo is committed to having an open and inclusive workplace. Remarks that the company holds itself to these standards and expects the same from their partners. They say they have been in contact with Activision, have taken action, ? And are assessing others. He does not elaborate as to what those actions actually are. And then goes on to mention that they are talking to the ESA, which them and Activision are members of, about possible solution. Wait. Says Nintendo's been working with the ESA as of at least last week to strengthen stances on harassment and abuse in the workplace, and is demanding that the ESA must hold its members to the highest standard.
I want to put
That's more than nothing.
That is significantly more than nothing. The fact that it's happening again at that level, that's never happened before with any of these. It's happened at that level when the company versus Activision was in their crosshairs with a lawsuit, or the IP in particular, but it's never happened at general with people on the sidelines commenting on what's happening. So
yeah, Nintendo is making calls and talking shit.
I want to put something down on paper and have it for the record mentioned. I suspect that things going the way they are right now, this severance package.
Oh, it's gonna be lit.
This severance, this parachute will be the most unquestionable, ridiculous, egregious, soft, mountain, inflated landing package. You have epic, legendary,
they are gonna have to cancel
genre-defining, coming of a new word for the level of this severance package.
Oh man! Oh yeah! Oh good.
We are walking with a 2-digit percentage of the company in my pocket.
Now I want to raise my hands here and say, hey, Doug Bowser, if you are actually going behind Activision's back and talking shit to people that could get them in trouble, good on you. But I would like to translate something for the folks at home because I can't help it. When Nintendo says we don't agree with these kinds of practices and we want the highest value, the highest standards for our employees, toxicity, all that nice stuff. What they're actually saying is, Activision, shut the fuck up. This is bad for business. I don't care what you fuckers are doing. Make it stop getting out. And if that includes stopping the behavior, great. If that includes killing people who talk, yeah, I didn't see nothing.
So that's those business partners and the shareholders, mind you. Utter chaos. We'll see. If the story develops, literally as we speak, new things come out. We'll see how high that number gets as far as employees go. And we'll see if it gets to the point of, investors. But really, this severance package, though.
It's going to be so good, dude. It's going to be so good.
I'm seeing, the Icarus landing system will be involved on this severance package.
It's very easy.
Negative fall damage will apply. You will heal upon landing with this package, though.
It's really easy to just mentally turn this into mobsters. It's like, Bobby No Touch. He's been a good earner. He's been a great earner. Okay, but he got a big mouth. He talks too much. Causes trouble. Getting attention. We don't like it. So, Bobby, you can either take this money and leave, or you can get left.
You can take a trip to Florida, or you can take a trip to Florida. Right? What's it gonna be? Yeah. But no, man. I am unbelievably. I'm almost excited to see how much he's gonna get for leaving.
I just saw somebody in the chat oh no, Bobby committed suicide.
He got suicided.
Oh no, I can't believe
geez.
it. He hung himself and then he shot himself in the back of the head. Bing bong. We must have been so sad.
Turns out he was good friends with the guy that was in Epstein's cell, his cellmate.
Oh my God, what a coincidence.
Big buddies. He came to visit at the house. And the prince wanted to hang out too. Prince
and then his ghost burned his house down. That's crazy.
Came to visit.
I can't believe it.
Don't fuck up the count.
Yeah.
Don't fuck up the count. Hey, 9-year-old child, how come you're so good at the count, but you can't do your math homework?
So you fuck up the count, they fuck you up.
They fuck you up.
That's it.
They fuck you up. Yeah, all right. Anything else? Sure. How about this?
Probably.
In a move surprising absolutely no one and nothing, Kojima Productions has launched a new film and TV and music division with a department based in LA.
No one can stop him.
He's been watching movies in front of us for months, if not years now, guys. We knew it was coming. He's palling up with Hollywood. He's been building his power. Kojima will make movies.
You can't stop him if he's the director, the writer, and the executive producer.
They will be the simultaneous best and worst things you've ever seen.
Oh, man. Oh. Like, those jokes that people make when they're like, I went to the movies and I really thought it was weird when the character turned straight to the camera and started monologuing about nuclear disarmament for 3 hours? That's going to happen.
And this time without the gameplay, in between your cutscenes.
I can't wait for Can't wait for the shittiest written, best directed nonsense ever.
The energy of a man who sits next to two cool smoking Hollywood guys and pretends to have a cigarette even though he doesn't smoke. That's the energy. That's the energy that he brings to script writing and film. I don't smoke, and I don't have an unlit cigarette. I have nothing. I'm not even going to ask for a Lucy. I'm just going to sit next to Norman and fucking dude, and just pretend.
I forget his
Mads.
Mads Mikkelsen. Yeah.
That's what you're getting in film form from this
damn
studio. Never forget that energy. It's very important.
A Lucy is a single cigarette. You fucking... All right.
What?
You said Lucy, and people are like, who's Lucy?
Oh, fucking whatever.
It's a single cigarette, you fucking children.
Anyways. That is who you're getting, man. I will be there day one on every one of these film projects. I need to know. He's already definitely made a movie that he hasn't released.
Oh, seriously?
No, I don't know, but I feel it. He showed it to Guillermo. He showed it to the boys, and he hasn't released it. But I bet you, he's got a script. You know? Come on.
Yeah, you're right.
I feel it. Deep. And the title of the movie is like 8 layers of English and like English and Japanese puns. Like fucking just like it is so deep inside, you know, that it's the ending of the movie and the main character's name and the theme of the movie all at the same time.
It's San.D with a main character named D with a big number 3 on him standing in the desert. But when you read it backwards, it says D.N.A.s. Because the D.N.A.s of the character is the important... Because we're going to talk about DNA. With the sand is a double helix. You know? Oh, no! Oh, we have been following this dude for so long. Oh, man.
Hand to God, man. I swear on Jesus. This is what we're getting.
Shit.
We know him too well.
Oh my God.
We know him too well. It's happening.
All right. Oh man. So yeah, looking forward to those.
Looking forward to it.
Just whatever the fuck he's gonna make.
I'm trying to think of a single person in media that I feel that I know the flavor of more than Kojima, and the answer is I don't think there is.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. No.
Cage comes close.
No.
But there's always some. But you never know how low it'll go there. But every single bite, every spice of Kojima, I know that flavor in my soul.
Oh.
All right. Done and done. Next. God,
you laser focused in on that like I can't believe. Like, God damn it.
All right, so what else is going on? Well, the unexpected expected. Nintendo has partnered up with Panda Global to launch a Smash Brothers circuit that will include Ultimate and Melee in 2022.
What? Really?
Yeah. What? Panda Global has actually convinced Nintendo to support a Melee tournament circuit. It's fucking crazy.
That's wild.
After all this time, after all this movement, after all this like build up with them basically trying to stomp the flame out and go buy the new thing.
It won't.
PG, who, you know, they sponsor players and are mainly known as like a esports team, are setting up, and I guess the right people are in the right ears, got through to Nintendo, and they're going to be doing a Smash circuit, including Melee in 2022. That is the, like, beyond, like, fucking unexpected. It's insane. they used to not even sponsor, but like just kind of support events from a distance, and they got involved early on. I remember, but the controversy around Project M is what started some of the friction.
Right.
And then eventually, when people were like, "But we play this game, and it's the unofficial game," and blah, eventually Nintendo just distanced themselves and said, "Fuck it," and they're out. You know. But now it's like, okay, so what does this mean? Are they going to actually like? Are they going to do anything to provide like the hardware? Because there's no Melee ports coming anywhere.
The hardware is like,
they made new Wavebirds at one point, and that's
but CRTs like
Well, apparently there's new types of TVs that can do CRT inputs that are not CRTs. I didn't know about this, but there's a modern solution to that problem nowadays apparently. And I assume it would be lagless, so that's cool. But fucking, I mean, hey Panda, like if you got to the right ears and set that up, then that's cool. Good job. I asked Reggie if he was willing to come out of retirement, and he dodged the question.
The answer is no.
The answer is no.
But maybe though.
Whatever, man. I caught that fucker stealthily signing up for a Brawlhalla tournament. And when I called him out and said, "What are you doing?" he ran away. So fuck that. I don't care. Literally, it was a local FGC event, and one of the back corners, they had Smash over there, and then they had Brawlhalla. And I was walking by to the FGC side, and I see Reggie stand. I'm like, Reggie? What the fuck you doing? And he's taking like sign-ups for Brawlhalla. And I'm like, you play Brawlhalla? And he's like, what? He literally just like ran away. So yeah, fuck that
Reggie's
guy.
a good kid. Don't fuck with him. Come on.
Nah, fuck with him. Fuck him.
All right.
So there's that. And of course, in Smash News, not to be one-upped, but WB says, yeah, well, we can do it too. And reveals Multiversus.
I feel so bad for Nick All-Stars. Because Nick All-Stars is like, look at all these characters everybody really gives a shit about. And look at all this stuff and these guys care. And then it came out and it's like, where's the fucking voices? Right?
Right.
Where's SpongeBob at?
Right.
And then Multiversus shows off, and like
Shaggy has a Super Saiyan,
and Shaggy's there, and it's actually fucking.
They paid for they got all the voice actors. Step 1, Step 2. Shaggy has a Super Saiyan, and I mean, you want to talk
play on the assumption that would last long enough that it would still be relevant, because it totally is and did.
Well, it's more like someone on the team that had the opportunity to slide that joke in went, guys, let's get this in there. Because like most of, I guarantee you, like a lot of the people otherwise would have just ignored that, or the approval process would have been like, no, what does this have to do? And it's like, no. Look, search it up on Twitter. Look at this. There's all kinds of it's crazy. We don't know. Like someone had to get convinced, basically, is what I'm saying. Shaggy in it, top billing, by the way, on the character select screen. Next to an original character who appears to be from the Land Before Times universe. And then Steven Universe and Harley and
there's another original character called hold on, let me pull this up. She's a teenager girl with a sword. Name's Arya Sterk.
Area? Yeah.
Okay.
So she's
weird.
OG.
Yeah.
That's cool. Finn, Jake, Wonder Woman, Superman, Batman, Bugs, and someone else. Tom and Jerry. There you go. Yeah, I don't know, man. And I'm assuming as well that like this is
in the leak list, Gandalf was in there.
Yeah, for sure, of course. I'm assuming the stages and all the shit that's gonna like it's gonna be nuts because step one is go watch the movie with all of the properties owned by the same company and be horrified at Space Jam and whatever it was called. What was it before? Right before that, Ready Player One and all that stuff. And
Yeah.
And step two is make your platform fighter Smash clone. You know.
So
at least I'll say this: like the Nick All-Star Brawl made by a team that knows what the fuck they're doing, because Ludosity they made Slap City, and that's a fucking banger ass fun game. I don't know who's making this, and I don't know what it's gonna mean. Let me see if I can find a dev here. First Player Games.
I gotta say, the possibility that this game has Arya Stark versus Bugs Bunny,
Yes,
versus Jake the Dog versus Tony Soprano is the absolute most absurd thing that I've probably ever heard of in video games.
Here's the thing. Based on Brawlhalla, this is probably going to do quite well because it's free to play and it has rollback confirmed, so it's going to have good netcode.
Yep.
Done and done. It's free to play. That is so huge.
Means characters are gonna keep coming
non-stop. Everything is gonna show up at some point, and it costs you nothing to just grab it and check it out. Of course, I don't know how they will voice Tony, unless we just grab some clips and do what we got to do, which is horrifying.
Every single phrase that will come out of his mouth will just be gabagool.
Gabagool.
And it will be the same clip. It'll just be gabagool.
No. But when he gets hit, there's got to be a very clear, oh! So, you need at least two.
Like, also, Warner Brothers has, like, some kind of licensing thing in the United States for JoJo. So that's possible, too. Like, what? Here's the thing. When we're talking crossover shit,
the nightmare has arrived.
You want the biggest, evilest mega corporation.
The nightmare has arrived. Yeah. The Animaniacs are coming, no problem. The question is when is Hysteria showing up?
They should be the bosses.
They should be.
The Warner Brothers and their Warner sister Dot should absolutely 100% be the bosses.
When is Hysteria showing up? That's what I need to know. Pinky and the Brain are definitely showing up. Like the cartoons are coming. It's the non-cartoon. Like Arya represents the non-cartoon shit, and that's where you should get scared. Because everyone animated
a live action, violent, adult-oriented drama fantasy character in there. Right? Like that means that like Sopranos, like, okay, that's not actually that insane if Game of Thrones characters are there. If like Game of Thrones and fucking Bugs Bunny, yeah, okay, sure. Throw wide the fucking gates.
Yeah, this is gonna be a monster.
Get fucking Carl from fucking Aqua Teen in there. I don't give a shit.
Free to play, man. Free to play is a beast.
So this is gonna be Sub-Zero or Scorpion? It's gonna be Scorpion, right?
Both.
Both? Yeah, it's gonna be both.
The question is are they gonna get here or to Fortnite first?
Oh, everyone's going to Fortnite. Everybody in the game that we're talking about, like half of them are already in Fortnite.
But like the fact that Mortal Kombat has not, like, that the day Ryu and Chun-Li got released, Boone fucking grabbed his phone and started sending angry texts. Yeah. Angry texts were sent. They're coming. Make no mistake.
We are unironically every day, every Naruto in Fortnite every Arya Stark in Multiversus getting closer to the unironic reality of everyone who is a dumbass like me who said the last character should be Goku.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's like right there.
But I think we addressed it last week in that Goku actually does not get used anywhere. You know, like he legitimately doesn't get shared out, whereas like you see fucking Naruto banking in on all these cameos.
Yeah, but we're getting closer.
Okay.
Getting closer. WB has the licensing for Crunchyroll. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! That could be anything!
What if we start seeing, like, not just Superman, but specifically, like, Smallville Superman, or specifically CW Supergirl, and Flash and Arrow and shit.
My god.
Based on the action, you know, and Dawson's Creek.
Oh no. Oh, Dawson! Creek's on in.
I mean, the stage is going to be there for sure, you know.
And they'll be at the creek.
No, it's going to be it's going to be Dawson's window, and you can crawl through it with Samuel L. Jackson.
I don't know. I don't know.
David Hasselhoff in Baywatch is viable for this roster.
But it'll be the version that's drunk eating the hamburger.
Captain Janeway is viable for this roster.
I feel like I just had a brain aneurysm.
Yep. Good. Enjoy it. Feel it.
Oh. Okay.
Mm-hmm. The Wayans brothers. they had a sitcom.
You gonna play Keenan or Keenan Ivory, or are you gonna play Damon, or are you gonna play Keenan Ivory or Keenan Ivory in White Girls?
That works. Right next to Buffy
and
Ally
White Chicks. That was it.
White Chicks. Right next to Buffy and Ally McBeal. You can have a nice white girl trio. It's good. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. Felicity is coming.
We're glad to announce that Robert Downey Jr. is going to be voicing a character in Multiversus. That's right. He'll be showing up as Ally McBeal's boyfriend that was there on season 3 before he got arrested for cocaine and kicked off the show.
Whoa.
What, did you think we were talking about Iron Man? No. Ally McBeal's boyfriend from that time.
Or what about the dad from Seventh Heaven?
And because he needs to... No, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
Oh,
that
did you know?
Not... Oh, that's not... You thought you were going to sneak that one by me, huh? No. Nah, you're not. Nuh-uh.
I thought I'd sneak it by.
Nuh-uh.
Oh, boy. Oh, no. Oh, Seventh Heaven.
No, stop that.
Don't?
No.
Nope. All right, well, this roster is going to be... It's going to be a thing, man. It's going to be wild.
Yeah, it's going to be a thing.
Yeah.
For real.
Okay. Damn, Mr. Cooper? Veronica Mars? Wow. All right. Whatever else is happening. A couple things. So yeah, we touched on it a little earlier, but the reintroduction of Project L from Radiant Games being worked on by the Cannon brothers. We got to see what's happening ever since that first little, like, hey, look, there's a League of Legends fighting game. Excuse me.
I feel like an idiot because I knew that Tony and Tom Cannon, did not realize they were identical twins until this
Yes.
video came out.
Yes, they've
Well,
been.
Well, no, Wooly, I've never met
Sorry.
them, and anytime one of them got interviewed, I was like, of course that.
Oh, it's that guy? Okay, yeah.
And their names are Tony and Tom.
Their
I
names
would
are Tony
always
and
get
Tom.
confused and thought I was looking at one or the.
Yeah, the Cannon twins. That's correct. And they also like they deliberately choose as well to appear identical, you know?
And they're dressed the same in this fucking
Like they
video.
both have shaved heads and they both have the same kind of like it's a thing. So, yeah. If you're twins with someone, you don't have to necessarily look the same, but no, they do. But yeah, but like I mean, that being said, like I know that they're over the years as well, their skill set has always been a little more different. I know Tom is, I think, who's more about like programming and netcode and all that stuff. Tony was a bit more operations, if not mistaken. They reintroduced Project L. We got to see what this game is going to look like, and it looks fucking sick. The system is 2v2, which is awesome because 2v2 games are great, and there aren't enough of them. The biggest the biggest contemporary I can point to would be Marvel Infinite, which unfortunately, you know, is one of the better 2v2 systems you got to go off of. It's you know, buried under all that fucking trash visual and roster shit, but gameplay wise, Infinite was fucking fun. I would not compare it to Cross Tekken as much because Cross Tekken had a more like you wouldn't see people coming in as much for assists as much as it was a tag moment, a little bit more like Tekken tag in that way, whereas in this it's more like what I just said, Marvel Infinite, or with BB tag, where you're seeing two characters on screen. And there's a pretty healthy amount of sauce they put on display as well, because if you're going to show off a game to the FGC, it's the same thing that Power Rangers did. Right away, you're like, okay, cool characters doing stuff. You have to show someone that has some insane movement options right away to get people going, ooh, that's dirty. You know?
Yeah, Echo's pretty great.
So you see two of those, actually, because there was the girl that did the air juggle
Ari
thing, and then you got the Echo system there. That was awesome.
Hey, guess what, dude? That's just like their league moves.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But with the skeleton of Rising Thunder, which if you haven't
very
played it,
obviously the skeleton of Rising Thunder.
Yeah, so you know, I didn't realize that so many people. Apparently, a lot of people were speculating about the move system and how this would work, and I guess they just didn't know that Rising Thunder existed. But it was
the answer is you hit a fucking button.
Yeah, the game that got them the gig is the game that this is going to be. Very clearly, they came up with a system that works really well. 3 attacks, 3 special buttons. This time with tilts affecting them as well. Because is it Darius?
Yes, it's Darius, the Axe Man.
So he does the axe move, but if you hold down in special one, then he does the anti-air version of it. So tilts will matter.
That's his E.
Oh. Well, anyway, and then seeing the Echo shit was awesome because it seems as if, in addition to being baked into the character, when you see what's his name?
You need to give me a description.
Sorry, the Echo guy.
His name's Echo.
His name is Echo. Okay, I thought the ability was Echo. My mistake.
EKKO.
EKKO. Oh, okay. All right. So when you see him do the sword slash, his first special, he automatically creates a rewind point. But it seems as if, in addition to that, there's a second button that'll create a save state anywhere, and for the next like 1 or 2 seconds, you can rewind to that save state freely.
Yeah.
Which creates mix-up nonsense and the dirtiest cross-ups and combos. So,
hey, Wooly.
Sauce.
Do you know why they have 3 special buttons?
Because you have 3 of them in League of Legends.
Q, W, and E, and their super will be their R.
But this is from the Runeterra universe. So I would expect it to be based on the cards.
No. Also, that mechanic of like going back, and that's also part of his deck.
Yeah, sure. Convert everything into fighting game mode. I believe it. I'm assuming that's exactly what you're going to get, and that's exactly what people want, because that's fucking how you do the characters justice, right? But here's the thing. Alongside that, and I just made a quick joke about this. I was like, oh, what are you going to do? Fucking rollback 2? And the canons are like, yes. Yes, we are. We're doing rollback 2. So, and it's interesting because it seems like shades of Blitz netcode, aka racist netcode, because there's a server that will serve as the unifying factor that creates a quality connection. Ideally, they're saying that the Riot servers that they use for their other games are among the best. Yada yada yada.
I could actually spread some more information on this. So one of the issues, there's 2 issues with netcode: bad connection, packet loss, yada yada yada, everything that we always talk about with bad netcode. And the second one is the route that your internet connection takes to the server sucks ass. So FF14 had this issue for a long time. It's one of the reasons they moved the servers down south, is that Montreal had a connection through a local node that was a company called Level 3 that just couldn't handle certain traffic at certain times of day. And if you went, if you were in the States and you went like north through like New York State, you would hit Level 3 and your fucking connection would just die every time when it was connecting to 14. So the solution that players found was, if you use Mudfish or some other VPN service, like specific tracker, you could ask it to go around like through the west end, like through Ontario,
and whatever server you're connected to, you have a better match.
That route, and all of a sudden your shit would be completely fine. That's what Riot's technology is.
Smart. Awesome.
Is it pings where everybody is and goes, what would actually be the best place to connect these people?
And because you're doing P2P, right, like the problem was also that you couldn't quite tell who disconnected first because it's not checking with the server first. But if you are in fact connecting to the same server to have the best P2P match,
this motherfucker dropped and this guy didn't.
The same connection you can have also knows who dropped first, so it can immediately penalize the loser. Brilliant. Fucking awesome. Like, super good secondary benefit to routing people into this to have matches based on them being connected to the same servers. So rollback, except localizing it to like your best matchup areas from people around you and what's going on, and then on top of that we can tell who disconnects first. Great. We'll have to, of course, like I wonder how that'll work when. I mean, that'll create great matches for people that are routed through the same areas, but like, what about if you want to have an international match, right?
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Like, if you're, then you kind of might create some of the similar issues we do have if you have like a match.
The question is whether or not the server machine will run out of orphans when the game launches and becomes popular.
Of course. That's the
There's
theme,
only
folks.
so many orphans to go around.
Got to make some new ones. Well, we need to partner up with a system that runs on dead parents.
2024 will be known as the start of the League Wars.
See, if Activision Blizzard can power itself on dead parents, and then Riot can power its servers on dead orphans, then we have a perfect synergistic system.
Right there.
Makes sense.
You know that old moral thing of like, if you could hit a button and it would give you $1 million, but it would kill somebody out there in the world? But it's like, actually, like, if you hit a button, it just queues you for League of Legends.
Sure.
Imagine how toxic those games would be. You really got to win.
So then they had that part announced, as well as they showed so the bit that I have to assume that wasn't mentioned is that everything that they make is free to play, right?
Yep.
Therefore,
except for Ruined King.
Oh, really?
Ruined King is a fucking regular ass video game.
Okay. Well, then that changes it because that just came out.
This fighting game will be free to play. I am telling you this right now.
If Valorant was free to play, if League is free to play, if Runeterra is free to play, one has to imagine it's all free to play. It's a winning combination for popularity, and if this continues to just get seasons from the 100 and X fucking characters they can pull from, yeah. Good rollback, good netcode, characters people care about, fun system.
If you want to fucking dive in to the matchup nightmare to end them all, you start playing Project L.
Right.
There is literally no upper limit on characters.
Season 9. Project L Season 9 is where it's going to start to be a problem. Here's the thing. The preview and all that shit looks pretty solid. This is probably going to be an immensely successful and very fun fighting game. There's also some really funny posts between the League communities getting prepared to meet the FGC.
Oh, man! I had forgotten about I want to bring that up. That's so good!
And the FGC getting scared about meeting the League toxicity. Worlds colliding. We're all anticipating it's going to go down. And I'll tell you right now that like the top 32 of every tournament will be full of FGC names that you've seen before. That's just the way it goes. That's the mechanics. They understand it on a level that
FGC goes to League, you're gonna all of a sudden all the League players are gonna get displaced by brand new FGC people.
But top 128 might.
Oh, you're gonna see all sorts of people. Yeah,
might have some brand new names in there, including League players that are just like, yeah, fuck it. Let's commit all the dedication and knowledge to a completely different genre and see how it works. You know,
I think that Scrub Quotes will have so much goddamn material when that game drops, when the 5v5 gang suddenly can't blame anyone but themselves for the loss.
Well, if Scrub Quotes is doing it right, then they will realize the need to set up a second account called Project L Quotes.
Yeah.
Because it'll be uncontrollable otherwise. And just coast on that.
And it's going to be like the game lagged, and the response will be like, this game has the most advanced netcode that has ever existed for any game.
The game itself says that to you after you type that into the chat.
Right, yeah.
Here's the thing. Frame rate sucks, dog.
Yeah.
Frame rate's ass.
It's early.
Yeah, I hope so. Really hope so.
I mean, you saw the footage. The footage is running at like 4K with all sorts of anti-aliasing on it. They clearly wanted it to look pretty with no rough edges.
I'm going to assume we're looking at the early ass, because I initially was looking at it on a Twitter video, and I was like, ooh, fuck this. Get out of here. Let's go to a higher res. And went to the direct feed, and I was like, oh, okay, we're still choppy with it, sub 30. One might... I don't know if we can expect... I mean, I would hope we'd get a solid 60 out of it.
You are going to get a solid 60.
But I was going to say that the direct comparison point, though, quality-wise for the models and the characters and what you're seeing, perfect handoff is what Arxis is doing. Because DNF Duel also released a trailer. And you can see the Dungeon and Fighter characters that you all know and love.
Oh, yeah.
Mage and fighter and thief, rogue. But you can see that game and it's like, goddamn, Arxis is still just making the prettiest shit. No one's even close to what they're doing with their games right now, man. DNF, I don't know shit about any of that. I know Min's a big dungeon fighter guy. Personally, I'm just like, this, whatever property they get, it will look good. And if they learn lessons from Grand Blue, it'll have rollback so that people can play it, and then it won't die. But it looks really pretty. Did you see that butt?
Yeah, I saw it.
Did you see those guns in the air?
I seen it.
Okay.
I gotta say, dude, this, like, all evil aside, like, Project L is, like, kind of destined to sweep it.
Yeah. It really is.
There will never be a fighting game that has access to the kinds of resources and talent that this one has. Like, think of how long they have been working on this and how early it looks now and how certain we are that not only will it not be rushed, it will get as much time as they ask for.
Because they don't care what it takes. Yeah. It's absolutely destined to do so. And here's the thing, like, just in terms of like good development team with IP that people give a fuck about, ArcSys plus Dragon Ball is the only other thing that I could see being this level of high profile.
They gotta put out another DBZ game with the rollback. They gotta, dude. Even if it's a goddamn re-release.
Of all the fighters out there, the only thing that comes close to League plus, well, I mean, not everyone knows Radiant makes good fighting games, but I'll go play fucking Rising Thunder. It's fantastic. I saw a Universal cross-up, and I was like, yes! Down plus medium in the air for a Universal cross-up button. Fucking do it, guys. Do it. Make the good thing. You know? Anyway, yeah, DNF Duel. Looking pretty.
God, I just realized that watching the Project L footage right now, the stage that they're playing on, with the view of the bridge,
yeah,
that is the location of the opening scene in Arcane.
Oh, okay. So
they're doing their
lore.
They're doing their cross media shit.
Lore. Yep. They're big push. Does the Valorant world tie into this world in any way, or is it just its
I
own
don't
thing?
think so. I think Valorant is actually completely separate because everyone has to have a gun.
And it's real guns in Magic World.
That kind of works it.
Okay. All right. It would be weird.
Do you remember how mad we all got about the Valorant anti-cheat thing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like this close to being worn down after all this fucking time of like trying it.
Kernel level anti-cheat?
Well, the part that really fucked me up was when people told me that Dead by Daylight also uses kernel level anti-cheat.
Yes, and
I'm like, oh, I've been playing that for 4 fucking years. Like, oh, wow.
Well, so what was it? There was another game that came out and recently discussed their anti-cheat system. Who was it that came out and just went like, "Hey, cheaters, we're coming for you"? Was it Call of Duty?
I mean, it might be fucking Halo. People already got it.
I think it was Call of Duty that came out and went like, "Yeah, we're improving our anti-cheat system," and they basically there you go, COD, and they basically said we're introducing kernel level anti-cheat and that'll stop you all in your tracks. So,
and then they leaked it, right?
And then someone was able to yes, that was part 2. I forgot. Part 2 of the story was like, and then someone was able to they leaked something, and they were like, uh-oh.
They were able to reverse engineer it.
Reverse engineering, and now hackers have a head start on how to bypass it. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, right. Anyway. Yeah, how far do you go to stop cheaters? You know, what do you do? Well,
you go to their house and you hit them with sticks.
You play it on console so that you don't have to worry about it. Wow.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Here's an anti-cheat feature that fucking doesn't work. If you leave too many matches in Halo Infinite, it'll ban you for a period of time. But the game also crashes on PC. So guess what?
Unintentional jail.
People are fucking logging in and crashing like 6 times in an hour, and the game goes, you're banned.
Innocent bystanders. That sucks. That fucking sucks, man. Drag your window. Yeah. That sucks.
I haven't had that issue, but I mean, I don't have the average person's PC.
Cool. Last thing I wanted to call attention to before we get out of here is Cult of the Lamb, which is a really cool new Devolver game. Seems fun animation in the preview, but seems to be a Animal Crossing style cutesy thing, except you're a cute lamb that escapes the slaughter, and then you try to make a cult, and then the game seems to be about building up this cult and powering up your big evil powers,
Yeah.
and then the powerful The more powerful your cult gets, the stronger you get, and then you fucking do cult shit. I don't know. Looks fun. Cult of the Lamb.
Cool, man.
Looks very cool. Animation dope. Animal Crossing plus cults. Good.
Great.
Take some emails.
Hey, if you want to send an email, send it into castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
These lights are starting to get to my eyes.
Yeah, well.
Gotta get out of here.
Better than working at the factory for 8 hours.
It is. Well, you're in a mood, and I don't blame you, because that's what this week has felt like.
Like, I feel like
every single topic immediately has to refer to your ethics on the matter and bringing up the worst part of how that's involved.
Single fucking thing.
Yeah. In fact, it's almost like it feels like it feels like there are times when I do the same thing to the point where people are like, "Shut up, Wooly, we get it." You know? But it's been the theme. It's been the theme of
look at you. Oh, the lights hurt your eyes. Did you enjoy your piss break into a toilet? Your Highness.
Here you go, Your Majesty.
Like, fuck. Like, that's what it feels like. God damn it. Hey, what's the emails we got? Sorry if I'm coming off too mean about it. It's just like,
no, you're coming on strong, but it's how I feel, and I get it. But this is one of those ones where just, what do you like? Look around you. How was someone exploited to create this Mega Man fidget spinner? I don't know, but there probably was exploitation somewhere involved.
That was built by a robot that lives at the robot abuse factory.
I got some Canada Dry. What do we know about Canada Dry?
Oh, I bet you I could fucking pull something up like right now. Like right now.
What native reservation was wiped out to get access to the ginger needed for Canada Dry?
BC man's lawsuit over marketing of Canada Dry ginger ale settled for $200,000. Man said he purchased the ginger ale because advertising suggested it had health benefits.
Okay, well, that's not quite as bad as wiping out a native reserve, but you know, how many dead and buried children are underneath the fucking ginger ale factory?
I don't know. What company, Canada Dry parent company is Keurig Dr. Pepper, which it's a leading producer. I'm gonna just type in the word Keurig Dr. Pepper evil.
It's all shit. Everything is shit.
I'm sure it's in there. If I looked hard enough, I would just fucking.
I'm looking at you inside of OBS, which also had a story about Streamlabs OBS.
I fucking stopped using Streamlabs.
Stealing OBS. And OBS was trying to tell them, please don't steal it. And Streamlabs OBS was like, LOL, Lamau, we're stealing it, and there's nothing you can do.
And we're gonna fucking trick people into these Streamlabs subscriptions, you fucks.
The window you are inside of in my OBS is being used within Discord, which has that NFT shit they're implementing any minute now. On Audacity, which had to be dark Audacity because real Audacity was about to do some shit.
No, but they didn't, but they didn't, but they were, but they didn't, but they did, but they didn't.
What the
I don't fucking know.
Like, is it not everything yet? Everything on my desktop right now. All three of these things. We got one coming in from James, who says, "Hey guys, just a quick PSA. I feel this game doesn't get as much talk, but Baba Is You just came out with some free updates, and it adds 150 puzzles, revamped ones, developer notes in a museum-style fashion, and a new second mini-adventure with brand new worlds and mechanics, a level editor complete with an optional tutorial, and a community interface to favorite and spotlight popular level creations. Personally, it's safe to say that Baba Is You deserves to be in the indie pantheon with Shovel Knight, Hollow Knight, and the other
100%.
amazing ones that I can't think of right now."
100%. I showed that trailer to Paige, and she just responded like, "Fuck that."
That's an
Get that
insane
out of my
level of
face.
content, and that deserves praise. That's a love that few games get. That's an unbelievable
Good job,
amount.
Baba.
Good job. Baba is win.
Baba, good.
We got one coming in from Plasky. Says, "Hello, Pooley and Watt. Some general consensus on the Quantic Dream games is that despite how terrible they can be, they might always also contain the one good scene, as seen in the bingo cards."
Shit.
Was pondering
Super
what the
right.
one good scenes might be. And then drew
The
some
opening of Indigo
conclusions.
Prophecy.
The opening of Indigo Prophecy is obviously the winner.
It
every time.
is the biggest difference between the one good scene and the rest of the game.
It sure is.
It's astonishing.
It was it was what the demo was, which is what sold everybody. Like the level of excitement.
This is the fucking future of video games. God damn it.
The level of excitement we had in that fucking college classroom checking out the demo for Indigo Prophecy. It was so promising.
That is.
That's the first time we saw it. It was incredible.
Then right away. Then just right away.
Yep. Heavy Rain Lizard Trial. Do you remember that? What was the Lizard
I remember
Trial?
the Lizard Trial. It's when he cuts his finger off.
I don't remember that at all. Boy, fuck that game. I don't remember shit.
Wow. That's like easy the best thing in that game.
It's gone. It's completely gone. All I think of is fat guy and children in the water grate.
Yeah, okay.
And then we can have another baby.
Yeah.
I want you to give me a baby to replace your dead baby. That's all I can think of. Beyond Two Souls? I mean, okay, so the scene of the jump and then Aiden saves her is potentially strong, except that the motivations of her and of Aiden are just nonsense. And like you're like, but I don't have anywhere to put these feelings. This is a compelling moment that has no weight behind it because like what the fuck with these characters at all in the rest of the story. But yes, that would be the scene. Detroit?
There's actually a lot of good scenes in Detroit. Detroit has good stuff in it.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember what what my favorite was.
The part where you find out that the kid's a robot and then you let her stay cold. It's the most vindictive choice I can think of in a game. It's so fucked.
The Connor versus Marcus fight is kind of... I remember that being cool.
Man.
And that it actually has multiple ways to play out, but...
I'd say like a bunch of Hanks and Connors hanging out.
Yeah. Until you realize how old Hank is, or when he was born, rather. Yeah, I'd say so. One good scene. All right. That's a full-ass long one for a full-ass long week. And everybody, I implore you to go lay in your beds with your eyes open right now and think about your ethical consumption.
And then do yourself a favor and stop. And just go have a sandwich and relax for like an hour.
And browse the latest TikToks, of which you've subscribed to ours. And
Yeah, check us out on TikTok.
Let the algorithm swallow you whole. There's no escape. Embrace.
Bye, everybody.
The end.
Oh.